Okay, we'll call this meeting to order. And the first thing on the agenda is roll call.
All right. Bruce Lechner.
Here.
James Boardman.
Here.
Tracy Hillebrand's absent. Charlie Getka.
Here.
And Desiree Skelton is absent.
Okay, hearing objection, the first case will be partial number YFIE 0001, which I believe is 303 East 3rd Avenue of Unit 1.
Yes. Okay.
And before you start your statements, I have to read a statement to you. The Board of Review wants you to understand that under state law, the Board of Review is required to uphold the assessor's valuation of your property as being correct, unless you by testimony can show the assessor's valuation to be incorrect. In other words, the burden of proof is upon you as a taxpayer. You understand?
Yes.
Okay, and then I gotta swear everybody in. So would all persons intending to provide testimony for this hearing, including the assessor, please raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony which you shall give in the matter now on hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
I do. Would each person who has just been sworn please state your name and address for the record? Property owner first.
Ken Goodrow.
And your address?
I'm representing property owner Cindy Cotenhager, property 303 East 3rd Avenue, unit number 1.
Do you have any witnesses? For you, just you?
Just me.
Okay. Assessor?
Amanda Mead, representative for Accurate Appraisal.
Assessor, please state the estimated level of assessment for the current year.
$213,000.
Okay. And then, so this is for Jerome Ketterhagen and Cindy Ketterhagen. The property owner resides at 637 Alex Drive. The property in question is 303 East 3rd Avenue, number 1. Tax key number for this property is YFIE 00001, and it is residential. Land is assessed at $11,900. Improvements at $201,100. Total assessment $213,000.
Just a point of order, is Mr. Goodrow, are you an attorney?
No.
So
I'm the president of the HOA for
you
condo
live in that
association.
same association? You
Pardon me?
live in the same condo association?
Yes, I live in unit number 8.
Okay.
And I have a proxy for everyone that I'm
Yes,
representing.
we do have on file.
All right, just wanted to understand if because if it's an attorney, the rules are a little
Right.
different.
Go ahead, Mr. Goodrow.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Ken Goodrow. I'm president of Fieldcrest Condominium 1 HOA, and I'm speaking for the owner of property 303 East 3rd Avenue, unit number 1, Cindy Cotenhager. The owner of this property, which was built in 1992 and is 30 years old, and part of 4 connected units, objects to the 2023 proposed property assessment of a 25% increase in value over the 2022 property assessment, which was a 22% increase over 2021 property assessment. This owner, along with the other owners who live in the Fieldcrest 1 condo community, are retired, living on fixed incomes, and looking to live independently in reasonably priced housing. We are looking for a fair and reasonable assessment and feel that a 47% increase in value, approximately $73,000 in 2 years, is dramatic even in this housing market. This size of an increase brings into question, how did the assessor arrive at this percent of increase for this property? In speaking with the assessor, Amanda, I was told that 2 recent sales in 2022, first 403 East 3rd Avenue, unit number 2, which sold for $198,000 in April of 2022, and second 409 East 3rd Avenue, number 7, which sold for $229,500 in June of 2022, which, by the way, was a $10,000 over the asking price of $219,500, are what's driving this increase. I then asked, how do you get from $229,500 to $213,000? And I was told that the assessor took these two purchases, added them together, divided by 2 to arrive at an average sale price, which in this case is $213,750. The next step was to figure out the percent of increase, which is dividing the average sale price, $213,750, by the 2022 assessment of $170,400 for this property, and that equals 25%. The assessor then applied this percent to this property and to all of the Fieldcrest condo communities, number 1, number 2, and number 3. When asked why, the assessor gave me the following reason: because of all the Fieldcrest condo units are similar. With the property sale at 409 East 3rd Avenue, number 7, it's interesting to note that this property, which sold for $229,500, $10,000 over the asking price of $219,500 in 2022, is proposed to be assessed at $213,000 for 2023. Is this a true loss in market value of over $16,000 in 1 year? Or was this sale an anomaly and should not be used in the 2023 assessment of Fieldcrest 1 condo units? I received a call from the assessor on May 16th telling me that she was adding the sales of 2 properties to her presentation for this Board of Review meeting. These properties are 408 and 410 East 3rd Avenue. I added these to my research of condos in the area around Fieldcrest condo community for this objection. What I found was, in addition to the properties at 408 and 410, I included the remaining similar properties on East 3rd Avenue, all of which were built in 1993 and are 2 units connected, unlike Fieldcrest condos, which are 4 units connected. The properties are 408, 410, 412, 414, 416, 418, 420, and 422 East 3rd Avenue. In doing this, I found inconsistency in the use of the above process of applying the most recent sale price, or average price, percent of increase to all similar condos. Property 408 East 3rd sold in March of 2022 for $223,000, and their proposed assessment for 2023 is $224,000, which is a 10% increase in value over 2022 assessment for this property. Property 410 East 3rd Avenue sold in January of 2022 for $250,000, and their proposed assessment is $250,000, which comes out to a 7% increase over the 2022 assessment. All the other similar condos listed above, and I listed the addresses, do not have a proposed 2023 assessment of 16% over 2022 assessments, which would be the average sale pricing increase if it would have been applied correctly. They are all at 10% over 2022 assessments, except for 410, which is at 7% increase. This shows how inconsistent when compared with how this shows how inconsistent the process is when compared with how Fieldcrest condo communities and this group of condos are handled. First, they're not assessing Fieldcrest number 3 property at the most recent sale price. They did apply the most recent sale price to 408 and 410. They're also not applying the calculated average sale price percent of 16%, which is driven by the sale of 408 and 410 to all the other similar condos in this group. Unlike applying that calculated average percent increase of 25% across all of Fieldcrest condo communities. In continuing with some research, another scenario I came across is a group of condos on North Patricia Street, which were built in 1996. That's 508, 510, 512, 514, 516, 518. All of these condos, again, are 2 units connected, unlike Fieldcrest 1 and the others in our community, which are 4 units connected. Property 516 North Patricia sold in June of 2022 for $250,000. And their proposed assessment for 2023 is $250,000, which is a 9% increase in value over 2022 assessments. All the other similar condos, addresses listed, do not have a proposed 2023 assessment of 9%, which according to the assessor, they should have done it with that process. It's only 6%. Again, showing how the process is inconsistent when comparing these property groups with Fieldcrest condos. Again, for the reasons listed, not assessing property 409 East 3rd Ave, number 7 at the most recent sale price. And again, not applying the calculated 9% increase from the sale of 516 North Patricia to all the other similar condos, unlike they did for Fieldcrest number 1, which slapped us all with the 25% increase. The last one I have is Harvest Point condos, and I'm listing 8 of those. They were all built in 2001. 829 Sweetbriar, 830, 31, 832, 833, 834, 835, and 836. Again, all of these condos are similar. They're all 2 units connected, unlike Fieldcrest condos, which are 4 units connected. Property 833 Sweetbriar Drive sold in August of 2022 for $290,000. And their proposed assessment for 2023 is $290,000, which is a 15% increase in value over the 2022 assessment for this property. All the other similar condos, addresses listed, do not have a proposed 2023 assessment of 15%. They're only at 10%. Once again, showing the inconsistency of how this process is applied to other condo units in the city as compared to Fieldcrest condo communities. As mentioned earlier, the sale of 409 East 3rd Avenue, number 7, must be considered an anomaly due to selling at $10,000 over the asking price of $219,500. But then only being assessed for 2023 at $213,000. It seems like the assessor realized something was amiss there, and therefore should not be used in figuring the 2023 assessment for Fieldcrest Condo 1. The Wisconsin Realtors Association says that the value Walworth County homes increased in 2022 was 11%. Aligning Fieldcrest condos with the other condos in our area, which are assessed at 6% and 10%, and in some cases they should be 16% and 15%, increases over 2022 assessments would be much more fair and reasonable. We ask that this property assessment be amended to a reasonable percent increase in value over 2022 assessments. Thank you.
Okay. I want to, first of all, clarify a little bit here. I have provided you with recent comparable sales. And first off, according to Wisconsin State Statute 70.32, the Mercurian hierarchy, an assessor shall consider recent arm's length sales of a property to be assessed according to professionally acceptable appraisal practices for those sales, and conform other properties to those recent arm's length sales. I have provided you with 3 different comparable sales for each property. The comparable sales in this situation for unit number 1 is YFIE 2 00002, YFIE 3 00007, a lot of zeros, YN1 00006A. These properties, when adjusted for values and differences such as square footage, type of building, condition, as well as attachments such as garages, when all of that is taken into account, comes to an average of $212,693 as a value for this subject property. We have to take into account not only the sales of similar properties, but when you're dealing with condos specifically, you need to take into account what type of change that is to affect condos as a whole. So if you are to look at the condos in this specific field, I believe it's Fieldcrest 1, this specific unit, all of these have the same property value in terms of land, the same improvement value, $1 per square foot. So ranging between either $213,000 for the value of a condo that is 1,156 square feet to $221,100 for condos that are 1,176 square feet. So we have to price them equitably between that condo unit. And based on the sales that were provided and the comparable sales, the value of the subject property is in line with similar sales.
Can I ask you, when you said time adjusted price total at the bottom, I believe you said 212, on the paper it says 221. 214. I'm looking at the red line here.
Is it the right, are you looking at the right one?
Oh, maybe I'm the wrong one? Oh, all right.
There's a lot of papers there.
There's a lot.
Because these matched. Okay.
All of the comparable sales are gonna be the same. That's what because all of the condo units are
Okay, I must not be given that.
similar.
Okay, sorry.
Any other questions?
Any other questions by the committee?
You guys need to deliberate. Deliberate?
So we adjourn to a deliberate?
No, we just gotta talk about it.
Okay.
How do you feel about it, Jim?
Hmm?
I guess, how do you feel about it?
Well, I got mixed emotions on it. The thing is, if your value, or your assessment goes up 25%, does not mean that your taxes are gonna go up 25%.
Right.
I know, I've lived in the same house for 55 years. My wife and I built it in 67. And there's times where my assessment has gone up 10%, but my taxes stayed the same, depending upon what the mill rate comes out as. But I can understand when they get a 25% increase, they get a little upset. I think mine was about 16% this year.
Charlie?
I agree with Jim.
Do you guys have your reminder sheets of, are you following the statute or the assessor's law?
Yep, you got it.
Or what the board needs to be looking at?
Yellow or white?
Which is the
Little
white.
check marks.
Well, Well, yeah, is there enough information that you think adjustments should be made, but. There's a number of motions that could be made. Motion be made to that the assessor's valuation is correct, or that the assessor presented evidence of fair market value of the subject property used assessment methods which conform to the statutory requirements and which are outlined in the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual, that the assessor presented evidence from the prior property classifications of the subject property using assessment methods which conform to the statutory requirements and which are outlined in the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual. That the proper use values were applied to agriculture, no, doesn't apply, okay. That the property owner did not present sufficient evidence to rebut the presumption of correctness granted by the law to the assessor. That the assessor's valuation is reasonable in light of the irrelevant evidence and sustains the same valuation as set by the assessor. Any suggestions or any motions from the committee?
I move to accept the assessor's valuation.
Move to accept the assessor's.
You're accepting saying that she presented the right evidence? Is that what you're?
Yeah.
So that the assessor's valuation is correct and that the assessor presented evidence of the fair market value of the subject property using assessment methods which conform to the statutory requirements and which are outlined in the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual?
Yes.
That, okay.
So Charlie made the motion.
Motion?
He made the motion, so is there a second?
Motion, second the motion.
Someone in the audience wants to be heard. I don't know how you guys handle that.
It was during a discussion period, I don't have any, I'm sorry?
I said I thought that there were no witnesses.
That's true.
Okay.
No witnesses were presented, then even the methodology is a little hinky, but we're gonna go with it.
Jim, you seconded it?
We have motion is second, so we have a roll call vote.
Bruce Lechner,
Yes.
James Boardman,
Yes,
Charlie Getka.
Yes.
motion is carried.
Ken, at the end of all these, I will have a stack of papers that I will give to you and that have to be given out to each property owner. Okay.
Did you do 1 and 2 or just 1? Okay, I have the stack right here.
Just so I'm clear, excuse me, just so I'm clear, we're going with the assessor's
Correct.
value of
Yes.
$213,000 for that property.
Correct.
Okay, next on the.
And that'll say that on this paper that I'm gonna give you.
Okay.
Give me a second here. Okay, you wanna say your spiel again? You gotta do it each and every time.
Which one?
We're doing,
John, you have a question?
Yes, I had a suggestion to the board. Since the assessor painted with a broad brush a 25% increase across all 3 condominium units, perhaps the board might have interest in hearing from all 3 before entertaining a motion.
we can't do that.
They have to vote on each one individually.
We have to vote on each one as it comes up.
But the vote might take place after hearing all the broad brush.
I understand what you're saying, would be nice, easier way to do it, but it's not the way the law requires to do it. We have to hear each case separately and vote on each case separately. Am I correct?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Okay, so our next
Why don't I announce it and then you can say
He's
your-
gonna represent the next one.
Yep, let me just read it off and then
Huh?
you can do your.
Okay,
So the next one is for Karen Scher, 303 East Third Avenue, number 2. The address for the property in question is 303 East Third Avenue, number 2. The tax key number for this property is YFIE 00002. The property has been classified as residential. The value is land, $11,900, improvements, $209,200. The total assessment is $221,100.
the Board of Review wants you to understand that under state law, the Board of Review is required to uphold the assessor's valuation of your property as being correct, unless you by testimony can show the assessor's valuation to be incorrect. In other words, the burden of proof is upon you as a taxpayer. Do you understand?
Yes. Yes.
Would all persons intending to provide testimony for this hearing, including the assessor, please raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony which you shall give in the matter now on hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
I do. Would each person who has just been sworn please state your name and address for the record?
Ken Goodrow, 305 East Third Avenue, Unit Number 8, Elkhorn, Wisconsin.
Amanda Mead, representative for Accurate Appraisal.
Okay. And you have no witnesses for this one either?
No.
Okay. Assessor, please state the estimated level of assessment for the current year.
The level of assessment for this property is $221,100.
Go ahead, Mr. Goodrow.
Okay. Again, my name's Ken Goodrow. I'm president of Fieldcrest Condominium 1 HOA, and I'm speaking for the owner of property 303 East 3rd Avenue, Unit Number 2, Karen Scher. The owner of this property, built in 1992, which is 30 years old and part of 4 connected units, objects to the 2023 proposed property assessment of a 25% increase in value over the 2022 property assessment. That was a 22% increase over 2021 property assessment. This owner, along with the other owners who live in the Fieldcrest 1 condominium community, are retired, living on fixed incomes, and looking to live independently in reasonably priced housing. We are looking for a fair and reasonable assessment and feel that a 47% increase in value, approximately $76,000 in 2 years, is dramatic even in this housing market. This size of an increase brings into question, how did the assessor arrive at this percent of increase for this property? In speaking with the assessor, Amanda, I was told that 2 recent sales in 2022, first 403 East 3rd Avenue, number 2, which was sold for $198,000 in April of 2022, and second, 409 East 3rd Avenue, number 7, which sold for $229,500 in June of 2022, and that was $10,000 over the asking price of $219,500, are what's driving this increase. I then asked, how do you get from $229,500 to $213,000? And I was told that the assessor took these 2 purchases, added them together, and divided by 2 to arrive at an average sale price, which in this case is $213,750. The next step was to figure out the percent of increase, which is dividing the average sale price, $213,750, by the 2022 assessment of $170,400, and that equals 25%. The assessor then applied this percent to the 2022 assessed value of $176,900 for this property, which results in a value of $221,100. This is $8,000 more of assessed value than unit number 1 is assessed. And the only difference I can find anywhere looking is that this unit, number 2, supposedly has 20 more square feet. At $8,000 for that, That's pretty expensive square footage. In doing research, I found that this percent of increase, 25%, was applied to all of the Fieldcrest condo communities, 1, 2, and 3. When asked why, the assessor gave me the following reason: because all of the Fieldcrest condos units are similar. With the property sale at 409 East 3rd Avenue, number 7, it's interesting to note that this property, which sold for $229,500, $10,000 over the asking price of $219,500 in 2022, is proposed to be assessed at $213,000 for 2023. Is this a true loss in market value of over $16,000 in 1 year? Or was this sale an anomaly, which we believe is, and should not be used in the 2023 assessment of Fieldcrest Condos Units Number 1? I received a call from the assessor on May 16th telling me that she was adding the sales of 2 properties to her presentation for the board review meeting. These properties are 408 East 3rd Avenue and 410 East 3rd Avenue. I've added these to my research of condos in the area around Fieldcrest condo communities for this objection. These 2 units all seem to be similar in square footage. I'm adding to my thing, but they're not. 410 has double the square footage plus a finished basement. 408, along with all the other units in this grouping, all have basements. Now, we all know it has to be finished to be living, but when a buyer looks at a home that has a basement, the value in their mind increases, just to make that note. So, again, I added 408 and 410 properties to my research, along with all the rest of them, which is 412, 413, 416, 418, 420, and 422 East 3rd Avenue. In doing this, again, I found inconsistencies in how the assessor's applying the percent of increases to all of these similar units. They're not being fair and equal to everybody else in my grouping and research than what they're doing to Fieldcrest Condos 1. Okay? Thanks, John. All right. So, because the property at 408 sold in March for $223,000. That one is being assessed at $224,000 for this year. That's a 10% increase. The property at 410 sold for $250,000, and they are being assessed at $250,000, which is 7% over their increase, over the 2022 increase. All the other units are not being assessed a 16% increase, which they should be, because of putting those two sales together and averaging them out, and then finding out what the percent of increase is, which is 16%. They're all at 10%, except for 410, which is at 7. Again, it's inconsistency in how the process is being done. Again, they're not applying the proper sale price to 409 East 3rd Avenue, number 7. And they're not taking the calculated average sale price increase of 16%, which was driven by those 2 sales, 408 and 410, and adding it to all the other condos. Another scenario is a group of condos similar that were built in 1996. These are all 2 units connected, unlike Fieldcrest 1, which are 4. There was a property there, 516 North Patricia, that sold in June of 2022 for $250,000, and their proposed assessment for 2023 is $250,000. That's a 9% increase in value over 2022. All the other condos, 508, 10, 12, 14, and 18, do not have a 2023 assessment of 9%. They're only assessed at 6%. Again, keep repeating it. They're inconsistent in how they're applying the percentages to this group and to Fieldcrest number 1. The last example is the Harvest Point condo community. Those were built in 2001. So all of these units are slightly newer than Fieldcrest number 1, and in some cases, almost 9 years more. And these properties are 829, 830, 31, 832, 33, 34, and 35, 36. Again, they're all 2 units connected, unlike Fieldcrest condos, which are 4 units connected in each grouping. Property 833 Sweetbriar sold in August of 2022 for $290,000. Their proposed assessment for 2023 is $290,000, which equates to a 15% increase in value over 2022 assessment. All the other similar condos are not assessed at a 15% increase based on, and it should have been, based on how we were explained the process works. They're only at a 10%. Again, inconsistent. Again, not applying the sale price to the sale, correctly to the sale at 409 East 3rd Avenue, unit number 7. And then again, not applying the calculated 15% increase from 2022 to 2023 assessments for these properties. Again, mentioning, as we mentioned earlier, the sale of 409 East 3rd Avenue, number 7, must be considered an anomaly. We all know buyers are driven by different needs and emotions and that, and obviously this person wanted this property at all costs, to be able to walk in and say, and they had the resources to do it, to say, I'm paying whatever it's gonna take to get it. So they paid $10,000 over. And then to have them affect the rest of us by increasing the percent of increase based on that sale in the mix to a 25% increase just seems totally unfair and unreasonable. So we're asking that not be done. And then obviously, since they're assessed at $213,000, again, the assessor must have realized something in there. The Wisconsin Realtors Association, again, says that the value Walworth County homes increased in 2022 was 11%. We're at 25. Something's wrong there. Aligning Fieldcrest condos with the other condos in our area, which are assessed at 6% and 10% right now. They should be higher, but they're not. But aligning ours with those kind of percent of increases would seem to be fair and reasonable. Okay? And we ask that this property assessment be amended to a reasonable increase in value. Again, the assessor has come up with some examples. We're saying they don't match. Whatever way they want to look at it, square footage wise, sale price wise, they need to be consistent as well in how they apply the things. That's all we're saying. Thank you.
Okay, based on the Mercurian hierarchy, statute 70.32, an assessor shall consider all recent arm's length sale of a property to be assessed. The Wisconsin Supreme Court has determined that fair market value as well as full value are determined by the amount of the property will sell for upon an arm's length sale, negotiations in the open market between
Pull your mic away from what you
Yeah,
guys
if
are
you guys are-
conversation. Pull your mic away.
Sorry.
an owner willing but not obligated to sell and a buyer willing but not obligated to buy. I do want to clarify just a little bit in terms of condos and in terms of determining value. For all properties, not only condos, in the state of Wisconsin, we have to take into account the neighborhood that they're in to determine percentage increase, as well as the type of property it is. So while residential increases may have an average, that does not mean that ranch homes compared to colonial styled homes, compared to bi-level homes will have the same percentage increase overall. Each one will be different to determine a community average and equitably get us to the equalized value. Now, as far as the subject property, YFIE 00002, I have provided comparable sales for that property as previously stated, YFIE 2 00002, YFIE 3 00007, and YN1 00006A. Now, please note that the final property that I mentioned, 410 East 3rd Street, it is taken into account that this does have a rec room area in the basement that has been price adjusted in the comparable sales analysis. And because of this comparable sales analysis for this subject property, the assessor can recommend that the board accept a value of $216,000 to make it comparable to similar properties in this facility.
Can I ask, in your, in the testimony that was provided by the objector,
Yes.
he makes reference to what I would call an undue stimulus argument based upon the sale conditions.
Mhm.
I want to make sure that you considered that and whether or not you think that holds any water in here.
The state considers an arm's length sale the price that someone is willing to pay. Now, if that's over asking price, if that's under asking price, according to state statute, I have to consider that an arm's length sale, regardless of the amount paid, is considered the price someone was willing to pay. And therefore, we have to use that in determining value.
Unless they would have presented evidence that they had some.
If there was some sort of coercion or something along those lines, where when I stated previously, a fair market, open market, or fair value open market sale is between an owner willing but not obligated to sell and a buyer willing but not obligated to buy. That is the definition of a fair market open or fair value open market sale.
And you as the assessor have not been presented with any evidence that that was not the case.
Correct.
Any other comments by the board? I mean,
So assessor, when you take into consideration the last one, you're taking off the rec room and stuff? to
We are,
make it
that's factored
equal?
into in features, and then you also see another deduction for the remaining basement portion. I can,
Is that the negative 32,000 on your
yes,
adjustments?
yep. That's the adjustments as a whole. So you see that there's also adjustments made for the fact that this is a masonry building. There's also adjustments made in determining that the land is valued a little bit higher in this neighborhood. And there's adjustments made for their features, so they may have like a smaller basement, or a smaller garage. And then there's taken into account as well, the rec room space as well as the additional basement space is deducted to make that property match the subject property.
The state statute allows that.
Yes. That's also how appraisers determine comparable sales.
do we have a motion by the,
I move to accept the assessor's evaluation.
That's correct.
Is correct, sorry.
second to the motion?
You're making a second or you're asking for one?
I'm asking for a second.
Okay.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? If not, roll call vote, please.
James Boardman,
Yes.
Charlie Getka,
Yes.
Bruce Lechner.
Yes.
Motion is carried. Next case.
We're done.
Give me 1 second here to finish my paperwork. No, that's fine. I got my stuff here. Okay, our next case will be Michelle Barton, 303 East 3rd Avenue, number 3. The address for the property in question is 303 East 3rd Avenue, number 3. The tax key number for this property is YFIE 00003. It is classified as residential. The value in the assessment roll for the current year is land, $11,900, improvements, $209,200, total assessment, $221,100. Go ahead, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. The Board of Review wants you to understand that under state law, the Board of Review is required to uphold assessor's valuation of your property as being correct, unless you by testimony can show the assessor's valuation to be incorrect. In other words, the burden of proof is upon you as the taxpayer. Do you understand?
Yes.
Thank you.
Would all persons intending to provide testimony for this hearing, including the assessor, please raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony which you shall give in the matter now on hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
I do. Would each person who has just been sworn please state your name and address for the record?
Ken Goodrow, 305 East 3rd Avenue, unit number 8.
Amanda Mead, representative of Accurate Appraisal.
And there are no witnesses.
There are no.
Assessor, please state the estimated level of assessment for the current year.
$221,100.
Mr. Goudreau, go ahead.
One quick question, though, to go back to the unit we just did, number 2,
Mhm.
what was the vote for the assessment there?
To keep it the same.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Again, my name is Ken Goodrow, president of Fieldcrest Condominium 1 HOA, and I am speaking for the owner of property 303 East 3rd Avenue, number 3, Elkhorn, Michelle Barton. The owner of this property built in 1992, 30 years ago, and part of 4 connected units objects to the 2023 proposed property assessment of a 25% increase in value over the 2022 property assessment, which at that time was a 22% increase over 2021 property assessment. This owner, along with the other owners who live in the Fieldcrest 1 condo community, are retired, living on fixed incomes, and looking to live independently in reasonably priced housing. We are looking for a fair and reasonable assessment and feel that a 47% increase in value, approximately $76,000 in 2 years, is dramatic, even in this housing market. This size of an increase brings into question, how did the assessor arrive at this percent of increase for this property? In speaking with the assessor, Amanda, I was told that 2 recent sales in 2022, one 403 East 3rd Avenue, number 2, which was sold for $198,000 in April of 2022, and 2 409 East 3rd Avenue, unit number 7, which sold for $229,500 in June of 2022, approximately 2 months later, and which sold at $10,000 over the asking price of $219,500, are what's driving this increase. I then asked how you get from $229,500 to $213,000, and I was told that the assessor took these 2 purchases, added them together, divided by 2 to arrive at an average sale price, which in this case is $213,750. The next step was to figure out the percent of increase, which is dividing the average sale price $213,750 by the 2022 assessment of $170,400, and that equals 25%. The assessor then applied this percent to the 2022 assessed value of $176,900 for this property, which results in a value of $221,100. Again, this is $8,000 more than the value of unit number 1 is assessed at. And the only difference I can find is this unit, again, supposedly has 20 more square feet someplace. In doing research, I found that this percent of increase, 25%, was then applied to all of the Fieldcrest condo units 1, 2, and 3. When asked why, the assessor gave me the following reason: because all of the Fieldcrest condo units are similar. Well, this one's 20 square feet more than number 1, so not real similar. With the property sale at 409 East 3rd Avenue, number 7, it's interesting to note that this property, which sold for $229,500, $10,000 over the asking price of $219,500 in 2022, is proposed to be assessed at $213,000 for 2023. Again, is this a true loss of market value of over $16,000? Or is this sale an anomaly? We believe it's an anomaly. Again, the buyer was motivated to buy that house at any price whatsoever. And with that taking into account, it needs to be taken into account in our minds, okay? I received a call from the assessor on May 16th telling me that she was adding the sale of 2 properties to her presentation for the board review. These properties are 408 East 3rd Avenue and 410 East 3rd Avenue. I added these to my research. In addition to those properties, I also included the remaining similar properties on East 3rd Avenue, all of which were built in 1993 and are 2 units connected. Unlike Fieldcrest condos, which are 4 units connected. And those properties are 408, 410, 412, 414, 416, 418, 420, 422. In doing this, I found inconsistencies. Again, inconsistencies in how they're applying it. We understand that they have to calculate square footage. We have to understand they take into account sales. But somewhere along the line, the assessor has to be consistent in how they're handling condos, I would think. They're being inconsistent. Otherwise, why would we have a 25% increase and other condos would only have 6% or 10%? It doesn't pass the smell test in our estimation, okay? So anyway, the property at 408 East 3rd Avenue, which sold in March of 2022 for $223,000, and their proposed assessment for 2023 is $224,000. That sale price is being applied correctly in our mind, and that's a 10% increase in value over 2022. Property 410 sold in January of 2022 for $250,000. Their proposed assessment is $250,000. That's only a 7% increase over the 2022 assessments. All the other condos in that grouping do not have a 16% increase, which according to the way it was explained to me, when you have 2 sales, you average them together to get an average sale price, and you figure out a percent of increase, it should be 16%. They're only being assessed at 10. Plus the one unit of 410 East 3rd Avenue is only being assessed at 7%. One more time, this shows the inconsistency of it, and that's what we're questioning. Again, you're not applying the correct sale price to assessed value for unit 409 East 3rd Avenue, number 7. You're much lower in the assessment than the sale price there. And then you're not applying the calculated average sale price percent of 16% to all the other condos in this group, but you are applying it to Fieldcrest condominiums. Another scenario is the group of condos on North Pacific, or Pacific, I keep wanting to say Pacific, it's Patricia Street, which were built in 1996. It's 508, 510, 512, 514, 516, 518. All of these units, again, are 2 units connected, unlike Fieldcrest 1, which are 4 units. The property at 516 North Patricia sold in June of 2022 for $250,000, and their proposed assessment for 2023 is $250,000, which is a 9% increase in value. All the other similar condos listed do not have a proposed 2023 assessment of 9% over 2022 assessments. They only have a 6% increase. Once again, inconsistent in how they're applying what they're telling us they use. Not applying the proper sale price to 409 East 3rd Avenue, East 3rd Avenue, number 7. That should be valued at $229,500. It's not. And then not applying that 9% increase from the sale of 516 North Patricia to all the other condos. The last one is Harvest Point condos. I took a group of 8. They were all built in 2001, 829, 830, 831, 832, 833, 834, 835, 836. Again, all of these units are 2 units connected, unlike Fieldcrest, which are 4 units connected. Property 833 Sweetbriar sold in August of 2022 for $290,000, and their proposed assessment is $223,000, or excuse me, assessment for 2023 is $290,000, which is a 15% increase in value over their 2022 assessment. That and all the other condos in that grouping are at a 10% increase. Our feeling is they should all be 15%, because we got applied 25% across the board, as again, with a broad brush stroke. So, again, once again, another example of where the current sale price, once again, was not applied to 409 East 3rd Avenue, number 7, and a 15% increase driven by the sale of 833 was not applied to all the other units. Again, like I said, broad brush stroke for our condos, but here, for whatever reason, differences. And that's inconsistent. As mentioned earlier, again, that sale, 409 East 3rd Avenue, number 7, has to be considered an anomaly. I'm going to keep repeating it, because to come in and have someone pay $10,000 over the asking price, and I understand the law says you got to do certain things, but there should be some adjustments that could be made within it, because we're all human and we're all doing these numbers. That if somebody's going to come in and pay that kind of price, that, you know, did the assessor fully review the sale to understand, yeah, it was an arm's length, got that part, but what were the other factors involved with the sale? Was there, you know, more emotion to it than what's being shown? And should that be taken into account? Was there other factors in there? I don't know, I don't have those answers, but I'm just gonna question it. And I'm questioning it primarily because if you have somebody buying a property $10,000 over the asking price because they really want it, they gotta have it, to then come back and have them assessed $16,000 less than that sale price. I mean, that just says, excuse me, red flag, come look at me, something's going on over here. And it needs to be looked at even more. And if that needs to be looked at any more, then it should be taken out of this equation. Again, the Realtors Association of Wisconsin says the value in Walworth County homes increased by 11% in 2022. Our grouping increased 22%, so that's double what the average was. And I understand averages are high and low to come out with the middle ground. But if our condos and the rest of our condo groupings are more aligned with the other condos around of the three groupings I gave you, which are at 6% and 10%, lower than where they should be anyway, but you know, that's where they're at. If we were more in line with that, that would be a more fair and reasonable assessment in our minds. So we ask that this property assessment be amended to a more reasonable percent of increase in value over 2022. Thank you.
For the subject property YFIE 00003, I have provided you with a comparable sales analysis based on 3 comparable sales in the area and is therefore adjusted to match the subject property. According to the Markarian hierarchy, it is an assessor's responsibility to utilize fair market value sales to determine the value of the property. Regardless of any further inquiry, if it is an arm's length sale, we are to consider it in terms of value. Speaking to varying percentages, the varying percentages are what create an average. So you may have homes that have a 20 to 30% value increase. You may have homes based on the sales of similar style homes for them that have a 2 to a 3% increase. That's what creates the average and the equitability throughout your community as a whole. That is also true for condos. So you can have condos on one side of town that the sales show that they're selling at a different percentage increase, and on the other side of town you can have sales that show they're selling at a higher percent of increase. That is what we are required to use as assessors to determine value, is the most recent arm's length sale. That is the top priority of valuations. Based on the information provided and the sales comparable sales, an assessor can recommend a value of $216,000 for this property based on the information of the sales.
Any questions or discussion?
I move to accept the assessor's valuation as correct.
The assessor cannot, you mentioned that Walworth County is up 11%. correct?
Second, you're gonna need a second before you discuss.
Oh, okay. We have a motion. Do we have a second
I'll second so you can discuss.
for the proper discussion? Yeah, okay. The 11% that you quote from the Wisconsin Realtors is based on sales. What property sold for over what it was assessed at. And that's a county-wide 11%, and there's no way that the assessor can compare anything in Elkhorn to anything in Spring Prairie or Lake Geneva or Dillon. So that is an invalid arbitrary figure, the 11%, as far as I'm concerned. Because the condo association you're in is not the same as the one on Patricia Street, because those are 2-story condos.
No, they're not. I have photos of them. They're-
Okay.
They have a finished basement.
It's almost, okay, but you have to compare, the assessor has to compare it in the same general area. And if they were on the west side of town, they might be less, they might be more. I mean, you have to take a look at each area and condos were sold in that association. Any further discussion? Any comments? I'll ask for a roll call vote.
James Boardman,
Yes.
Charlie Gipka,
Yes.
Bruce Lechner,
Yes.
Motion is carried.
All right, now we're on to unit 5, is that correct?
no, 4. Oh, yeah, 5.
There's no objection.
Okay. So our next one is John Schultz, 305 East 3rd Ave, number 5. The address for the property in question is 305 East 3rd Avenue, number 5. The tax key number for this property is YFIE 00005. This property is classified for assessment purposes as residential. The value in the assessment roll for the current year is $11,900. Improvements is $201,100. Total assessment is $213,000.
Again, the Board of Review wants you to understand that under state law, the Board of Review is required to uphold the assessor's valuation of your property as being correct, unless you by testimony can show the assessor's valuation to be incorrect. In other words, the burden of proof is upon you as a taxpayer. Do you understand?
Yes.
Would all persons intending to provide testimony for this hearing, including the assessor, please raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony which you shall give in the matter now on hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
I do.
Would each person who has just been sworn please state your name and address for the record? Mr. Gaudreau?
Making an adjustment here.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Ken Goodrow, 305 East 3rd Avenue, unit number 8, Elkhorn.
Okay, you a witness?
We have one witness.
Okay.
John Hall, living in Elkhorn at 405 East 3rd Avenue, number 7.
Okay. Assessor?
Amanda Mead, representative of Accurate Appraisal.
Assessor, please state the estimated level of assessment for the current year.
$213,000.
Okay, Mr. Gaudreau?
Again, good morning. My name is Ken Goodrow, president of Fieldcrest Condominium Group 1 HOA, and I'm speaking for the owner of property 305 East 3rd Avenue, number 5, Elkhorn, Jack Schultz. The owner of this property, built in 1992, 30 years ago, and part of 4 connected units, objects to the 2023 proposed property assessment of a 25% increase in value over 2022 property assessment, which was 22% increase over 2021 property assessment. This owner, along with other owners who live in the Fieldcrest 1 condominium community, are retired, living on fixed incomes, looking to live independently in reasonably priced housing. We are looking for a fair and reasonable assessment and feel that a 47% increase in value, approximately $73,000 in 2 years, is dramatic even in this housing market. This size of an increase brings into question, how did the assessor arrive at this percent of increase for this property? In speaking with the assessor, Amanda, I was told that 2 recent sales in 2021, first 403 East 3rd Avenue, number 2, which sold for $198,000 on April 20, 2022. And second, 409 East 3rd Avenue, number 7, which sold for $229,500 on June 2022. That was a $10,000 over the asking price of $219,500. These 2 sales are what's driving this increase. I then asked, how do you get from $229,500 to $213,000? and I was told that the assessor took these two purchases, added them together, divided by 2 to arrive at an average sale price, which in this case is $213,750. The next step was to figure out the percent of increase, which is dividing the average sale price by $213,750 by the 2022 assessment of $170,400 for this property, and that equals 25%. The assessor then applied this percentage to this property, and then a broad brushstroke to all the other Fieldcrest condominium communities, 1, 2, and 3. When asked why, the assessor gave me the following reason: because all of the Fieldcrest condo units are similar. With the property sale at 409 East 3rd Avenue, number 7, it's interesting to note that this property, which sold for $229,500, $10,000 over the asking price of $219,500 in 2022, is only proposed to be assessed at $213,000 for 2023. Is this a true loss in market value of over $16,000 in 1 year, or was this sale an anomaly and should not be used in the 2023 assessment of Fieldcrest condominiums? Again, this goes back to, what is a buyer willing to pay? I received a call from the assessor on May 16th telling me that she was adding the sales of 2 properties to her presentation for the Board of Review meeting. These properties are 408 East 3rd Avenue and 410 East 3rd Avenue. I added these to my research of condos in the area around Fieldcrest condo community for this objection. I'd like to note that the assessor has recommended to the board twice now with 2 other properties, unit number 2 and unit number 3, that they could be reduced to $216,000 from the $221,100. In addition to the properties 408 and 410, I included the remaining similar properties on East 3rd Avenue, all of which were built in 1993 and are 2 units connected, unlike Fieldcrest condos, which are 4 units. These properties in order: 408, 410, 412, 414, 416, 418, 420, 422. In doing this, again, I found inconsistencies in how the process is being applied. Okay? I understand all the intricacies involved with coming up with assessments, and when you look at, as Mr. Boardman mentioned, that the realtors, Wisconsin Realtors assessment of 11% increase is based on sales. Assessments are based on sales also, per what the assessors are telling us. So I think you can use that analogy of 11% within these assessments. Again, the property at 408 East 3rd Avenue, which sold March of 2022 for $223,000, is proposed assessment for 2023 of $224,000, in line with the sale price. And that ends up being a 10% increase in value over 2022 assessments. Property 410 East 3rd Avenue sold in January of 2022 for $250,000, and their proposed assessment is $250,000, which in our mind is correct. You got a sale price, you apply it to the property, that should be the new assessment going forward. That comes out again to be a 7% increase over 2022 assessments. All the other condos, though, in that grouping, in that range, which are all similar, do not have, in our minds, an increase of 16%, which they should have, based on the information we were given to come up with an average price and figuring out a percent of increase. It should be 16% overall. All the rest of them are at 10%. Again, except for the unit 410, which is at 7%. the inconsistency in how it's done or being applied, not how it's done, excuse me, wrong way, and how it's being applied to the property values is what we're after, or we're looking at. We just want it to be consistently fair and reasonable. And to have a property at 409 East Third Avenue, number 7, with a sale price of $229,000, but then to come back and have that only assessed in 2023 at $213,000, again, doesn't pass the smell test in our minds. And again, shows how inconsistent the process is. Another scenario is a group of condos on North Patricia Street, which were built in 1996. It's 508, 510, 512, 514, 516, 518. All of these units are single level, 2 units connected, unlike Fieldcrest, which are 4 units connected. Property 516 North Patricia sold in June of 2022 for $250,000. Their proposed assessment for 2023 is $250,000. Again, that seems to be reasonable and fair. And that ends up being a 9% increase in value over 2022. But all the other condos listed do not have that 9% assessment. They're only assessed at 6%. Why? All of these end up being with questions of why. Why was it done that way? Why has it come out to be that way? Because of the inconsistency in our mind with how things are being applied. Again, that 409 East 3rd Avenue, unit number 7, needs to be assessed at the higher sale price, not at the lower. 9%, which was driven by the sale of 516 North Patricia, needs to be applied to all the units on Patricia. If not, then the units in our grouping, minus the sale of that one unit, number 7, on 409, need to have a lower assessment. The last point is Harvest Point Condo Group, which again are all similar. They're all single level, 2 units connected. Unlike us, Fieldcrest condos, which are 4 units suggested, connected. The property at 833 Sweetbriar sold in August of 2022 for $290,000. And their proposed assessment for 2023 is $290,000. That's a 15% increase in value over the 2022 assessment. All the other similar condos do not have a proposed 2023 assessment of 15% over 2022 assessments. There's only 10%. Again, why? Why is there this inconsistency in how these things are applied? Again, that property at 409 East 3rd Avenue, number 7, needs to have the most recent sale price of $229,500 assessed to it, not $213,000. And then this grouping up in here, these need to be assessed, in our minds, at a 15% increase, which is driven by the sale price of that one unit, and not at 10%. Because everything in our grouping, with a broad stroke, 25%. As mentioned, and I keep repeating it, that unit, 409 East 3rd Avenue, number 7, is an anomaly. It should not be used at that high of a sale price. It needs to be adjusted somewhere in our minds. Okay? Again, Wisconsin Realtors Association says that the value within Walworth County homes, and that's a broad stroke there too, is increased in 2022, value increase was 11%. And what we're looking at is the value of homes in Elkhorn here in our condos in 2022 versus what the assessors are saying the assessed value is in 2023. finding some are 6%, some are 10%, understanding there's differences out there now. And we're at the high end of 25%. We don't think that's fair and reasonable. Okay? And we ask that this property assessment be amended to a more reasonable percent of increase in value over 2022 assessments. Thank you. John?
Can you state your name and address again for me, please?
Once again, my name is John Hall. I reside at 405 East 3rd Avenue, Unit 7. At this point, I join President Goodrow to recognize that at the outset of each review, we are cautioned that we must show where there is an incorrectness in assessment. And with repetition comes learning, and I think I'm starting to see lights go on. The city attorney astutely observed that the waters of a single assessment kind of muddy this situation. While we're cautioned that we have to show where the assessment is incorrect, I want to, and the city attorney will know this, the Department of Revenue publishes a guide for taxpayers. Page 22 of that guide puts an obligation on the board of review. It says the board of review must correct any assessment errors. It's not a suggestion, it's a must. Page 23 makes a suggestion. It says they can question any aspect of a property assessment. Now, what all of us here are here to question is the market value that's perceived by the assessor on that single unit. The crux of the matter is the sales of that unit number 7 at 409. You have the data on why we consider that price to be an anomaly. Despite the $229,500 sales price, the assessor places the value at $213,000, and again, that alone should raise warning flags. The assessor told me that this was an arm's length transaction because the buyer and the seller were not relatives. Now, on that score, she may be 100% correct. But that's not the only criteria that the law places on the assessor. If you look at page 8 and 9 of the Wisconsin Property Owner's Guide, page 8 refers to sale of a property. When a property sells, this is a quote, the assessor must review the sale. It's not a suggestion, it's an obligation. The must is there. The assessor must verify the facts surrounding the sale to determine if it is indeed an arm's length sale and usable for assessment purposes. The criteria for assessment purposes are laid out in more detail on page 9. Information used to determine assessments. 1, recent arm's reach sales. Under state law, the best indicator of market value is a recent arm's length sale of a property, and to put emphasis here, provided it is in line with recent arm's length sales of reasonably comparable property. The assessor may not change the assessment of property based solely on recent arm's length sale without adjusting the assessed value of comparable properties in the area. And sales should be recent. Sales should be arm's length, and sales between relatives are typically not. Again, this is straight from that guide. Page 9 continues, buyer and seller must be typically motivated. They must be typically motivated. Both parties must be well informed or well advised and are acting in what they consider their own best interests. Reasonable time must be allowed for exposure to the open market. Now, you had my statement distributed earlier. The bold print is my emphasis. The bold print is not in the guide, but it's intended to address these 4 issues. Number 1, in the case of 409 East 3rd, Unit 7, the price of $229,500 was not in line with a similar property, 405 East 3rd, Unit 2, which sold barely 2 months before for 198. It's not in line. Number two, while the seller was typically motivated, the seller wanted the highest possible price for his property. The buyer, however, was not. She told a neighbor that she was willing to pay any price to live in that development. Again, is that typically motivation for the buyer? I don't think so. Number three, one could make the observation that the buyer was not well informed regarding local market prices. She actually paid $31,500 more for a unit comparable to one that sold barely 2 months earlier, and at $10,000 less than the asking price at the time. Reasonable time must be allowed for exposure to the open market. That leads to our number 4 point. The offer was made and accepted in 2 weeks or less. Redfin says the median time on the market hereabouts is 37 days, and that the average time is 42 days. We're talking a snap sale here, kind of an impulse buy. The above factors that the assessor with a busy schedule might not have had time to review. But again, the guide says the assessor must review the sale. The assessor has obligations too. The Board of Review has obligations. They must correct any assessment errors. It's not a suggestion. So basically, these are factors which we believe, and the state requires, should be considered when reviewing a sale that even in a hot market would be considered highly unusual. Thank you.
In regards to subject property YFIE 00005, I have provided you with 3 comparable sales in the area. The adjustments have been made to make the comparable properties similar to the subject property, recommending a value for this property of $215,000 based on the average adjusted price on the bottom. In regards to the average valuations, this property is in line with similar sales. In regards to sales of subject property, in regards to the sale of these comparable properties, all sales have been reviewed. All sales were sent a sales questionnaire regarding if this was a hurried sale, if they're, questioning the property owner as to if there was anything that would make this sale not a arm's length sale, or provide us with a reason to not consider it as a factor in determining statistics for the area.
I just got a question for the record, to clear the record. Ken, you had stated that our assessor told the board that we could drop properties 2 and 3 to 216,000 in your statements a few minutes ago. But that was, she didn't recommend to the board that. That was for the comparable sale on number 3. That was dropped to 216. It wasn't recommended to us that we could drop it to 216. I just wanted to clarify that. Is that correct, assessor?
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
I just want to make sure it's clear for the record that she didn't say we should drop to 216. It was just the comparable sale of number 3.
Another important factor to consider in looking at these properties as a whole is the equitability. So I know we have discussed that the property in question at 409 East 3rd, which is YFIE 300007, that property did sell for $229,500. It is assessed this year at $213,000 for equitability of similar style properties. So because we can't, an assessor cannot do what they call chasing a sale. So while we can use sales to determine overall values and percent increases, we can't base solely on a sale set a value at a sale price. It needs to be equitable among similar style properties.
Can I just add one thing based upon the testimony that's been provided here? The board, as it knows from the case law and the statutes, can only consider sworn testimony before it. Dr. Hall's testimony was mostly argument, but did call for some hearsay. So unless that witness were to be here to say those things, this board cannot consider what they might have said if they had been at this hearing.
Do we have a motion before the committee?
I move the accessory evaluation is correct.
A second.
We have a motion to accept the assessor's valuation,
Seconded.
and it was seconded. Roll call vote, please.
Charlie Gitka.
Yes.
James Boardman.
Yes.
Bruce Lechner.
Yes.
Motion is carried.
Our next case is for Diane Mahoney of 305 East 3rd Avenue, number 6. The address for the property in question is 305 East 3rd Avenue, number 6. The tax key number for this property is YFIE 00006. This property has been classified for assessment purposes as residential. The value in the assessment roll for the current year is land, $11,900, improvements, $209,200, for a total assessment of $221,100.
The Board of Review wants you to understand that under state law, the Board of Review is required to hold the assessor's valuation of your property as being correct, unless you by testimony can show the assessor's valuation to be incorrect. In other words, the burden of proof is upon you as a taxpayer. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay.
Would all persons intending to provide testimony for this hearing, including the assessor, please raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony which you shall give in the matter now on hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
I do. Would each person who has just been sworn please state your name and address for the record? Start.
Ken Goodrow, 305 East 3rd Avenue, unit number 8, Elkhorn.
John Hall, 405 East 3rd, unit number 7.
Gerald Watson of 407 East 3rd Avenue, Unit 3, Elkhorn, Wisconsin.
Amanda Mead, representative of Accurate Appraisal.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, all right. My name is Ken Goodrow. I'm president of Fieldcrest Condominium 1 HOA, and I'm speaking for the owner of property 305 East 3rd Avenue, number 6, Elkhorn, Diane Mahoney. The owner of this property built in 1992, 30 years ago, and part of 4 connected units objects to the 2023 proposed property assessment of 25% increase in value over 2022 property assessment, which was 22% increase over 2021 property assessment. This owner, along with other owners who live in the Fieldcrest 1 condominium community, are retired, living on fixed incomes, and looking to live independently in reasonably priced housing. We are looking for a fair and reasonable assessment and feel that a 47% increase in value, approximately $76,000 in 2 years, is dramatic even in this housing market. This size of an increase brings into question, how did the assessor arrive at this percent of increase for this property? In speaking with the assessor, Amanda, I was told that 2 recent sales in 2022, first 403 East 3rd Avenue, number 2, which sold for $198,000 April of 2022, and second, 409 East 3rd Avenue, number 7, which sold for $229,500 2 months later, in June of 2022, which was 10,000 over the asking price of 219,500, are what's driving this increase. I then asked, how do you get from 229,500 to 213,000? And I was told that the assessor took these two purchases, added them together, and divided by 2 to arrive at an average sale price, which in this case is 213,750. The next step was to figure out the percent of increase, which is dividing the average sale price, 213,750, by the 2022 assessment of 170,400, and that equals 25%. That 170,400 is the lowest assessment within our community group. The assessor then applied this percent to the 2022 assessed value of 176,900 for this property, which results in a value of 221,100. Again, this is $8,000 more of value than in unit 1, than the value of unit 1 is assessed at. And the only difference, again, I can find is this one has 20 square feet more than the other units within the complex. In doing research, I found that this percent of increase, 25%, was applied to all of our Fieldcrest condo communities, all 3 of us, 1, 2, and 3. When asked why, the assessor gave me the following reason: because all the Fieldcrest condo units are similar. Is that fair? Is that equitable? That's the question. With the property sale at 409 East 3rd Avenue, number 7, it's interesting to note that this property, which sold for $229,500, again, $10,000 over the asking price of $219,500 in 2022, is proposed to be assessed at $213,000 for 2023. Again, is this a true loss in market value of over $16,000 in 1 year? Or was this sale an anomaly and should not be used in the 2023 assessment of Fieldcrest 1 condo units? The assessor mentioned just before in the previous unit review that as part of being equitable, it was not equitable to take this unit, which sold for $229,500, and assess them at that value. That's inconsistent with what they do with other properties that sell at a current price that's higher than the assessed value. Case in point, she called me and said she was adding 2 properties to her presentation for the Board of Review, 408 East 3rd and 410 East 3rd Avenue, and I put them in with what I was reviewing and researching. And then I added those 2 properties plus the rest of the properties in that same row of condos, which were all built in 1993 and are all 2 units connected, unlike Fieldcrest condos, which are 4 units connected. And those properties are 408, 410, 412, 414, 416, 418, 420, 422. In doing this, I found inconsistencies again in how the above process is being applied. Okay, I understand there's different rules and formulas they have to use to get the value, but they're not applying the value results consistently. Sometimes they're applying the sale price to the home at the current sale price. Sometimes they're not. Sometimes they're applying all of the percentage of increase to all the homes. Sometimes they're not. Case in point is 403, sold in March of 2022 for $223,000, and their assessment for 23 is $224,000, which is close and consistent with what it should be and what we were told it was being done. That's a 10% increase in value. Property 410 East 3rd Avenue sold January of 2022 for $250,000. Their proposed assessment is $250,000. Again, that's fair, that's equitable in what they've told us how they do it. That's a 7% increase. Unfortunately, they did not take the sale of those 2 units and come up with an average sale price that they could apply a percentage to all the other units. As I did the calculation, that should have come out to be a 16% increase over, for all these other properties in 2023 over 2022. Instead, all of those other properties are assessed at 10%, except for 410, which is at 7%. Again, inconsistent. They did not take the proper sale price of $229,500 for the unit 409 East 3rd Avenue, number 7, and apply it to it. They're applying a much lower assessed rate. They did not calculate out an average sale price percent of increase using the sales of 408 and 410, which should be 16%, and applied that to all those other condos. Again, they used 10%. Okay? Unlike Fieldcrest condominiums where they apply 25%, just across the board. Another scenario is a group of condos on North Patricia Street, which was built in 1996. It's 508, 510, 512, 514, 516, and 518. All of these units are 2 units connected, unlike Fieldcrest 1, which are 4 units connected. Property 516 North Patricia sold in June of 2022 for $250,000. Their proposed assessment for 2023 is $250,000. They've applied the most current recent sale price to the assessed value. That's fair and equitable. Okay, that comes out to be a 9% increase in value over 2022 assessments. Unfortunately, all the other condos in that grouping, 508, 10, 12, 14, 18, do not have a proposed 2023 assessment of 9% over 2022. Again, they didn't apply the rules the same way. It's only 6% over 2022 assessments. Where 6% came from, again, don't have an idea. As I keep repeating, it's inconsistent. And that's what we're looking for, consistency. We want to be treated similar to everybody else, and we want everybody else to be treated similar to us. Bottom line, okay? If you're doing a process and you tell people that the process is X, then our expectation is that that process is going to be applied to each similar block. Now, we know condos are all different. As Mr. Boardman mentioned before, some are 2-story, some are single. We looked at all single. The only difference is they're two units attached as opposed to 4 units attached. The last one is the Harvest Point condo community. Took a small sampling there. These were all built in 2001. 829, 830, 831, 832, 833, 834, 835, 836. Again, these are all single level, 2-unit attached, as opposed to 4 units for Fieldcrest condos. Property 833 Sweetbriar sold in August of 2022 for $290,000. Their proposed assessment for 2023 is $290,000. That comes out to be a 15% increase over 2022 assessment. All the other properties do not have a proposed 2023 assessment of 15% over 2022 assessments. Theirs are only 10%. Again, inconsistent in how they're applying the numbers. We feel again that Fieldcrest property of 409 East 3rd Avenue, number 7, needs to have a most recent sale price applied to it. Whether that falls in the realm of being equitable or inequitable in the assessor's mind, we think that it should be done that way. The other is that 15% calculated increase off of this most current sale price needs to be applied to all these other units in this Harvest Point grouping. Again, that property at 409 East Third Avenue, number 7, needs to be considered and an adjustment made to the price. If you're gonna put an assessment of $213,000 on it for this year, does that need to be worked into the average sale price calculation of using 213,000 plus 198 to come out with a new assessed value for Fieldcrest condos? Only a suggestion, but it sounds like makes sense to me to do it that way, especially if you're gonna assess it at 213,000. Instead of using the 229,000 within your calculation. Again, I want to go back and say that the Wisconsin Realtors Association says that the value of Walworth County homes increased in 2022 was 11%. And we realize that an average has got high numbers and low numbers to get to that middle number. But we feel if our Fieldcrest condos are put in line with the other condos in the area, which are right now assessed at 6 and 10%, which we think are low, that would be fair and reasonable. Instead of having us be the flagship out there as the highest grouping, you know, we'd like to be a little bit more in the group and not be a leader, a little bit more of in the middle.
Median.
Okay? So, we would like to ask that you amend this property to a reasonable percent increase in value over 2022 assessments. Thank you.
Just remember to state your name and address
My
again,
name
please.
again is John Hall, and I reside at 405 East Third Avenue, unit number 7. Again, with repetition brings learning, and I think I'm starting to see some lights go on. To expand a little bit, I think Ken has laid out wonderful statistics on inconsistencies and perhaps misapplied customary procedures. Our taxing bodies provide great services, and all of our unit owners want to pay their share. We looked at those increases, 6 to 10% in other condominiums, and we ponder our irrational 25% increase. And you've heard the repetition of his research, and he presented it well. I'll offer one other comparison because I too tried to jump through the hoops and contact the assessor, which I did. And in phone conversation, she cited the 410 East 3rd Avenue, which recently sold for $250,000. She called it an equivalent property. I point out that 410 was advertised as having 2,400 square feet of living area, as opposed to the 1,156 or 1,276 of our units. And when comparing our 8-unit condos, 4 in a group, to the duplex style, 2 in a group on 3rd Avenue, there are even a difference in city services consumed. Because of the configuration of our 8 units with a common drive, it's our associations that pay for street cleaning and snow removal in front of each of those 8 units. Whereas the duplex style units on 3rd Avenue, the city does that. Now, if we want to talk about equity, and I want to refer again to the Wisconsin Department of Revenue Guide for Property Owners. I love numbers. They have an equitable assessment formula, which is assessed value divided by market value equals X percentage, where X percentage is the local assessment level. Throw out some more numbers. That level for this taxing body is 0.9921311529. Yes, we've done the homework on that. We've divided out other similar properties. And our units, when we use that and apply the 11.1% median increase in the average Wisconsin home unit, our condominium units are 13.2 to 13.4% overassessed by the state's own formula. Now, to go back to our obligation. It's to prove that assessment is incorrect. That's our obligation. And again, page 22 of the Wisconsin Guide for Property Owners. The board has an obligation here too. It must correct incorrect assessments. And page 23, the board can question the accuracy of a property assessment. Not with a routine statement, but with some actually digging into numbers. We'll state once again, despite the $229,500 sales price, the assessor places a value, a market value or assessed value on 409 3rd Avenue Unit 7 of $213,000. Again, where are the warning flags flying with this board? However, again, arm's reach sale is not the only criteria the Department of Revenue gives for an arm's length transaction and the information used to determine assessments. Page 8, sale of a property. When a property sells, the assessor must review the sale. Not a suggestion, an obligation. They must verify the facts surrounding the sale to determine if it's an arm's reach sale and usable for assessment purposes. The assessor uses sales to update assessments in a municipality when conducting a reevaluation. And the information used to determine assessments on page 9, recent arm's length sales. Under state law, the best indicator of market value is a recent arm's length sale, provided it is in line with recent arm's length sales of reasonable comparable property. The assessor may not change the assessment of the property based solely on an arm's length sale without adjusting the adjusted value of comparable properties in the market area and in line. Sales should be recent. Sales should be arm's length. Again, they say typically sales between relatives are not. Buyer and seller must be typically motivated. Both parties must be well informed or well advised and acting in what they consider their own best interests. And reasonable time on the market must be allowed for exposure to the open market. And as I tried to pronounce bold print, it's my emphasis to back up the following 4 points, which we view as difficulties with the process of the assessment. Number 1, in the case of 409 East 3rd, the price of $229,500 was not in line with a similar property, 405 East 3rd Unit 2, which sold barely 2 months before for $198,000. I could point out too, in Fieldcrest 1 and Fieldcrest 2, no unit has ever sold for $200,000. Not once. When the seller, this is number 2 in our point, while the seller was typically motivated, that is, he wanted the highest possible price for his property, the buyer was not. Here's my hearsay again, but we'll have a witness. She told a neighbor that she was willing to pay any price to live in that development. Our 3rd point, one could make the observation that the buyer was not well informed regarding local market prices. She paid $31,500 more for a unit comparable to one that had sold barely 2 months earlier, and at $10,000 more than the asking price. The offer was made and accepted in 2 weeks or less. Pretty minimal exposure to market. Redfin says that the median time on market here is 37 days, and the average time is 42 days. Now, again, I understand that the assessor may be busy. There's a lot to do in that job. But the assessor has obligations. She must review the circumstances behind a sale. That's in the book. And while she may have had a busy schedule, may not have had time to review all the factors, we believe, and the state requires, that those be considered when reviewing a sale, even in a hot market, that would be considered highly unusual. And taking the city attorney's point, we have another person giving testimony.
Just a reminder to please state your name and address before you speak.
My name's Gerald Watson. I think you can hear me without that thing, I'm pretty sure.
As long as the red light's on, yeah.
I speak very,
The red light's on.
Me too.
oh, okay, well, whatever. I'm at Unit 3 in 407 East Third Avenue, which covers 407, 409. because they-
I'm sorry, what was your name again? I missed that.
Watson, Gerald Watson,
Sorry, thank you.
elementary, my youth. In the interest of brevity and common sense, I cannot give any more testimony than has already been given. I would request that the testimony given would apply equally to Fieldcrest 1, Fieldcrest 2, and Fieldcrest 3 equally as the assessment was done. I think that only makes common sense. The only other thing I can refer to is the $229,500 sale of unit number 7 was in Fieldcrest 3 where I live. I have a minimal involvement in that sale, in that I'm the treasurer. I provided both realtors that were involved in that sale with the requested information that they needed as to budgets, our budget, and over a 2-year period, and some covenant issues, and that's the only thing that I had. I did talk to the buyer, and I talked to the seller several times, not particularly about the sale, but the buyer indicated to me that she had been waiting 3 years to get into one of those units at Fieldcrest 3, 2, or 1. And this one came up, and she was willing to pay not any price like was stated, I'm paraphrasing, but she was willing to pay whatever she needed to pay to get into one of those units. She had been waiting this long. And that's the only thing I can say about that particular issue. Other than that, I would just request, along with these other 2 gentlemen who have done the bulk of the work of this issue, because I'll have to apologize, I live in Florida for the winter, sorry. But I came into this process very late, so I can't approve any more testimony that has already been given, and the numbers cited would just be repetitive. So we would request that, as these 2 gentlemen have stated, that the assessment be within some guideline of an average of maybe the city of Elkhorn or other issues that have already been stated here. And I thank you.
Thank you. Amanda?
Per Wisconsin state statute, I have provided the board with recent comparable sales for subject number YFIE 00006. You've been provided with 3 similar sales in the area. Those sales have been adjusted in value to be similar to that of the subject property. I do want to, in regards to property, comparable property YFIE 3 I can affirm and testify that the sale of this property was verified and that a sales questionnaire was sent to the property owner and not returned from the property owner. Therefore, this is considered an arm's length sale to the best of our knowledge. And as far as the comparable sales continue, you can see right there that we can, similar values would be 216,000.
Ken, I have a question for you. On the form that you turned in and filled out, section 4, question C, within the last 5 years, was this property listed or offered for sale? You checked yes, but after it says, if yes, how long was the property listed, dates, asking price, and list all offers received, but there's nothing filled out there.
I didn't have that information.
So was it the,
I just know that this property did sell.
I mean, I do see it was sold in 2020.
Yeah,
For
October
145.
2020 for 145,000.
Okay. But you don't know what the asking price or anything was at that
I
time?
didn't have that information.
I was just curious how long it was on the market, if it was a quick sale, or if it was the 40 days that John's referring to, or not. I'm just curious.
I can't honestly answer that. I could take a guess, but I don't want to do that.
Right.
Just another reminder for the board to the witness that's testified, the third witness that's still hearsay. The person that would have to be testifying would be the person who made the statement.
I'd like to ask about, you compare, the one on North Patricia Street sold for $250, so it came out assessed at $250, right? Last year.
That's what the information shows.
And one on the Harvest Point sold for $290, so that assessment came in at $290.
Yeah, for the
Was there a
information I
second,
found.
in either one of these other areas, second home sold last year, condo?
There were multiple
Huh?
homes. There were multiple properties in condos sold in those areas. Those are just specific ones in those areas. I mean, there's a large list of condo sales in the Elkhorn area. You've been provided with comparable sales to the subject property, as I cannot use sales outside of the neighborhood or of unsimilar size in determining the value.
I understand.
So I can't look at what would be on Patricia Street and
But if you-
necessarily in terms of determining value of this property alone.
In Fieldcrest, you took the 2 sales last year
Correct, as
and
well
took an average.
Yes and no. It's a bit more complicated than
Yeah,
that, but
okay.
that, yes.
I'm not gonna ask how complicated.
They're comparable.
Well, and that's why I've provided you with comparable sales
Yeah.
to show the value if sales are adjusted to reflect that of the subject property.
So.
And we were told more yes than no on that average.
So if the 229.5 was the only one sold, most of Fieldcrest would have come close to that appraisal, huh?
Yes, sir.
Some above.
Yeah, there's 4 different assessments used within our 3 groupings.
Okay.
So we have one unit, I believe, in number 2 that's assessed even higher than the sale price of the one in number 3.
We have 2 units assessed at $233, one of which sold July of '21, not that long ago, for $188.
Yeah,
The assessor says it's now worth $233.
And again, I can't
Pretty good deal.
speak to those
Well,
in
yeah.
regards to
Well-
this property. I can only speak to the comparable sales for this subject property in this.
Yeah, we understand that too, but it goes back to the equity question of how do you take a unit that sold for $229,500 and now come back and assess it for $213 when you had a unit that sold for $188, that, now you've got that assessed at $233. Again, that's that whole inconsistency, in our view, unfairness, unreasonable, unequitable.
And we're glad to hear questions from the board. Thank you.
So,
do we have a motion?
I move you accept the assessor's, valuation as correct.
Okay, do we have a second for the motion?
I'll second.
We have a motion, a second. To substantiate the assessor's valuation at this time. Roll call vote, please.
Bruce Lechner.
Yes.
James Boardman.
Yes.
Charlie Yetka.
Yes.
Motion is carried.
I just want to make a point of order before we get going. If you haven't signed the sign-in sheet up front, can you please do so? Anybody in the audience, please? The next case is for Judy Blue. The property owner resides at 305 East 3rd Avenue, number 7. The address for the property in question is 305 East 3rd Avenue, number 7. The tax key number for this property is YFIE 00007. This property has been classified for assessment purposes as residential. The value in the assessment roll for the current year is land, $11,900, improvements, $201,100, for a total assessment of $213,000.
The Board of Review wants you to understand that under the state law, the Board of Review is required to uphold the assessor's valuation of your property as being correct, unless you by testimony can show the assessor's valuation to be incorrect. In other words, the burden of proof is upon you as a taxpayer. Do you understand?
Yes.
Thank you.
Would all persons intending to provide testimony for this hearing, including the assessor, please raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony which you shall give in the matter now on hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
I do.
Would each person who has just been sworn please state your name and address for the record?
Ken Goodrow, 305 East Third Avenue, unit number 8, Elkhorn.
John Hall, 405 East Third Avenue, Unit Number 7, Elkhorn.
Gerald Watson, 407 East Third Avenue, Unit 3, Elkhorn.
And the assessor.
Sorry. Amanda Mead, representative of Accurate Appraisal.
Assessor, please state the estimated level of assessment for the current year.
$213,000.
Go ahead.
My name is Ken Goodrow, president of Fieldcrest Condominium 1 HOA, and I am speaking for the owner of property 305 East Third Avenue, number 7, Elkhorn, Judy Blue. The owner of this property built in 1992, 30 years ago, and part of 4 connected units objects to the 2023 proposed property assessment of a 25% increase in value over the 2022 property assessment, which was 22% increase over the 2021 property assessment. This owner, along with the other owners who live in the Fieldcrest 1 condominium community, are retired, living on fixed incomes, and looking to live independently in reasonably priced housing. We are looking for a fair and reasonable assessment and feel that a 47% increase in value, approximately $73,000 in 2 years, is dramatic even in this housing market. This size of an increase brings in the question, how did the assessor arrive at this percent of increase for this property? In speaking with the assessor, Amanda, I was told that 2 recent sales in 2022, the first at 403 East 3rd Avenue, number 2, which sold for $198,000 in April of 2022, and second, 409 East 3rd Avenue, number 7, which sold for $229,500 in June of 2022, which was $10,000 over the asking price of $219,500, are what's driving this increase. I then asked, how do you get from $229,500 to $213,000? And I was told that the assessor took these 2 purchases, added them together, and divided by 2 to arrive at an average sale price, which in this case is $213,750. The next step was to figure out the percent of increase, which is dividing the average sale price, $213,750, by the 2022 assessment of $170,400 for this property, and that equals 25%. The assessor then applied this percent to this property and to all the Fieldcrest condo units 1, 2, and 3. When asked why, the assessor gave me the following reasoning: because all the Fieldcrest condo units are similar. With the property sale at 409 East 3rd Avenue, number 7, it's interesting to note that this property, which sold for $229,500, again, $10,000 over the asking price of $219,500 in 2022, is proposed to be assessed at $213,000 for 2023. For the assessor, that seems to be equitable in their mind. Again, is this a true loss of value of over $16,000? in just a year? Or was this sale an anomaly and should not be used in the 2023 assessment for our Fieldcrest condominium units? I received a call from the assessor on May 16th telling me that she was adding the sales of 2 properties to a presentation for the board review. These properties are 408 East 3rd Avenue and 410 East 3rd Avenue. I added them to the research I was doing in the condos around the area of Fieldcrest condominiums. In addition to the properties 408, 410, I included the remaining similar properties on East 3rd Avenue. I just went right down the street. All of which were built in 1993 and are 2 units connected. Unlike Fieldcrest condos, which are 4 units connected. These properties, 408, 410, 412, 414, 416, 418, 420, 422. In doing this, I found, again, inconsistencies in the use of the above process when applied to the assessments for these units. Property 408 East 3rd Avenue sold March of 2022 for $223,000 and has a proposed assessment for 2023 of $224,000. That seems fair, which is a 10% increase in value over 2022. Property 410 East 3rd Avenue sold January of 2022 for $250,000, and their proposed assessment is $250,000, which is a 7% increase. Again, that seems fair and reasonable. All the other condos listed in that grouping, though, do not have what we would consider a fair assessment of 16%, which is the average sale price of the 2 units that sold. They are all at 10%, except for 410, which is at a 7% increase. Again, we're pointing back and repeating and repeating and repeating the inconsistency in how these things are applied. When you take numbers that seem to be out of whack and put them into the equation, it's going to throw the equation out of whack. So by using that property at 409 East 3rd Avenue, number 7, that without adjusting that sale price up for whatever is going on in that, it really throws everything else out of whack. But anyway, that sale price of $229,500 was not applied to that unit. It should have been. And we think that the calculated average sale price of 16%, which was driven by the sales of these 2 units here, 408 and 410, should have been applied across the board to all the units. Similar to the way the 25% was applied to all Fieldcrest units. Another group that I looked at is on North Patricia. These are all close within the area. These were all built in 1996. It's 408, 410, 508, 510, 512, 514, 516, and 518. Again, these are all single level, 2 units connected, unlike Fieldcrest, which are single level, 4 units connected. Property 516 on North Patricia sold in June of 2022 for $250,000, and their proposed assessment for 2023 is $250,000. That's fair, that's equitable. That's a 9% increase in value. All the other similar, I knew it once I started coughing again. All the other similar condos listed do not have a proposed 2023 assessment of 9%. They're only assessed at 6%. Again, I don't know where the 6% comes from when they have a current sale price, and according to their own explanation back to us, the current sale price percentage drives the increase in all the other similar units. But it's not being applied in this case, as it wasn't being applied in the case before. So, Again, is that equitable? Not in our mind, especially when it was applied in our case. The last grouping is Harvest Point, and those were all built in 2001. It's 829, 830, 831, 832, 833, 834, 835, 836, Sweetbriar. All of these, again, are single level, 2 units connected, unlike Fieldcrest, which are 4 units connected. Property of 833 Sweetbriar sold August of 2022 for $290,000, and their proposed assessment for 2023 is $290,000. That's a 15% increase in value over 2022 assessments. Unfortunately, or fortunately, all the other condos listed do not have a proposed 2023 assessment of 15% over 2022 assessments. Their assessments are only 10% over. Again, why is that the case? Why are they not applied, all 3 of these not applied in the same manner as Fieldcrest condominiums? Okay. Again, 409, property at 409 East 3rd Avenue, number 7, needs to be at the $229,500 price, because that's what it's sold at. Or it should be at the $213,000 price. But that $213,000 then should be used in the calculation to figure the percentage increase for all the rest of us. Or it should be unusable. Yeah. The other thing is not applying the 15% increase of the most current sale in the Harvest Point properties to all the other condos. As mentioned earlier again, that property at 403 East 3rd Avenue, number 7, that is throwing the calculations off in how they're reaching their assessment value increases for the average price. And that's why we keep harping on that one to say, and ask the board to do something or try to do something or direct the assessors to do something to make that correct or make a correction in that property. Because that one thorn is, or that one bad apple is ruining the barrel for everybody. We're not saying that we don't want to pay our fair share of taxes. And understand a comment was made earlier that just because the assessment goes up doesn't mean the taxes go up. We understand that as well. You know, one goes up, one comes down, and vice versa. So we know how the whole thing plays out. But we really think that needs to be part of the thought process that the board needs to take into account on that. Again, the Realtors Association of Wisconsin says the average value of homes in Waller County increased by 11%. We're thinking and feel that if our condo groupings were assessed in that 6, 10, 15% area, that would be fair, reasonable, and equitable. We ask that this property assessment be amended to a reasonable percent increase in value over 2022 assessments. Thank you.
Per state statute for subject property number YFI.
Hold on.
Second.
Did they-
Oh, I'm sorry.
If you could state your
Just
name
thought
and
it was
address
my
again.
turn. I apologize.
My name is John Hall.
Soon.
I live at 405 East 3rd Avenue, Unit 7. And I appreciate the opportunity to enter more testimony before the assessor again reads her boilerplate statement. I would ask, as we were cautioned, that we are basically, the onus is on us to present evidence that the assessment is incorrect. The board also has an onus placed upon it. The board, according to Property Owner's Guide published by the State Department of Revenue, the board must correct assessment errors. That's not a suggestion, it's an obligation which I hope the board takes seriously. Page 23 of that same publication makes a suggestion that the board can question the accuracy of any assessment, including a boilerplate statement by the assessor. In a way, it's kind of like being in France. We're the accused, and we must prove we're innocent of owning property worth that much. I think that President Goodrow gave wonderful examples of inconsistency. Again, the crux of the matter is the assessor's perceived value of the price of 409 East 3rd, Unit 7. And you have all the data you need to consider why we believe that price is an anomaly. Despite the $229,500 sales price, the assessor places its value at $213,000. That alone should again raise warning flags for this entire board. The assessor tells me it was an arm's length transaction, and that is probably true. There was no family relationship apparently involved in the buyer and the seller. However, arm's reach transactions are not the only criteria used to determine assessments according to state law. Again, I direct you to page 9 in that same publication. Recent arm's reach sales under state law may be the best indicator of a property, provided it is in line with recent arm's length sales of reasonably comparable properties. The assessor may not change the assessment of a property based solely on the arm's length sale without adjusting the assessed value of comparable properties in the market area. Sales should be recent, sales should be arm's length. Again, the state says sales between relatives are typically not. Directing you to page 9 of that publication, buyer and seller must be typically motivated. Both parties must be well informed or well advised and act in what they consider their own best interests. Reasonable time must be allowed for exposure in an open market. My emphasis on these points in the Wisconsin Property Owner's Guide as to the complete definition of what constitutes information that should go into consideration of an assessment. Brings up these 4 points. First, in the case of 409 East 3rd, Unit 7, the price of $29,500 was not in line with a similar property, 405 East 3rd, Unit 2, which barely sold 2 months before at $198,000. Second, while the seller was typically motivated, that is, he wanted the highest possible price for his property, the buyer was not. Again, she told a neighbor she was willing to pay any price to live in that development. And again, we introduced a person familiar with the sale who spoke to that buyer. I guess I have a question, as might the Board of Review for the city attorney. In an appeal to circuit court, would the primary maker of that statement be required to testify, or would a person present when that statement was made? It's a statement the Board of Review might ask the city attorney. I ask it. And third, one could make the observation that the buyer was perhaps not well informed regarding local market prices, since she paid $31,500 more for a unit comparable to one that sold barely 2 months earlier, and at a $10,000 more than asking price. The offer, number 4, was made and accepted in 2 weeks or less. Redfin says the average time on market here is 37 days. Excuse me, the median time is 37 days and the average time is 42 days. Again, these things that state says that the assessor must evaluate regarding a sale, we believe we're not done. The board may believe they were done. They may just listen to the boilerplate statement and take it at that. But I caution the board to live up to its obligations too. Again, assessor may not have had time with a busy schedule to review all these factors, but these factors we believe, and the state requires, should be considered when reviewing a sale. Even in a hot market, that would be considered pretty unusual. Thank you.
Make sure you state your name and address, please.
My name is Gerald Watson, I'm 407 East Third Avenue, Unit 3. I'm a very pragmatic man, and I have seen nothing that is going to change anything by what I say. I have no evidence that has not already been presented. I see no outcome that can be anything other than I've already seen. So I would just reiterate the statement that we would like to see a fair and equitable assessment of the properties mentioned in Fieldcrest 1, 2, and 3, because they are so similar. And I don't want to regurgitate any other information that you haven't already heard.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm getting. So,
Go ahead.
okay, thank you. Per state statute in providing comparable sales to the board for property number YFIE 00007, I've provided you with 3 comparable sales. Those properties have been adjusted within to match that of the subject property. You can see that the sales have been time adjusted for both the location YFIE 20002, the first comparable property, as well as the comparable property number 2, YFIE 30007. Both properties have been adjusted for an equitability between those properties in Fieldcrest 1. The sale of the first property at 403 East 3rd was adjusted from 198 of the sale price to an assessed value of 213,000. And the property number comparable property number 2 sold on June 24th at 229,500 was assessed down to 213,000 as well. In terms of comparable properties, it is the responsibility of the assessor to provide comparable properties to determine that of a sale, or I'm sorry, to determine that of the subject property, and I have provided those to you. I cannot, per state statute, compare one singular property to other properties that have not sold, or in a different area or of a different size without providing a comparable price. It is also the responsibility of the property owner to provide comparable sales for the said subject property as well.
I guess for the record, since John brought it up for our city attorney, the witness would have to be in circuit court 2 in person, correct, too?
Right.
Unless
Still
you-
hearsay. If one person says something that they think they heard from another person, that's definitionally hearsay. So no matter how many levels of hearsay it is, it's still hearsay.
Has to come back to the original person.
Correct.
I would also just like to point out that per the property owner's guide, often there isn't a new testimony adhered in circuit court, and that they review and they're limited to what is in the board of review.
As I stated earlier, it is the Board of Review's objective to support the assessor unless we have testimony that proves that the assessor made an error. And I have not seen any of that testimony forthwith, so I would move that the assessor's evaluation is correct. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Motion and second. Roll call vote, please.
Charlie Getka,
Yes.
James Boardman,
Yes.
Bruce Lechner.
Yes.
We have one more.
I know what.
Can do one more? Okay. One more in this block. The next case is for Ken Gaudreau of 305 East 3rd Ave, number 8. The address for the property in question is 305 East 3rd Avenue, number 8. The tax key number for this property is YFIE 00008. This property has been classified for assessment purposes as residential. The value in the assessment roll for the current year is land, $11,900, improvements, $201,100, for a total assessment of $213,000.
The Board of Review wants you to understand that under state law, the Board of Review is required to poll the assessor's valuation of your property as being correct, unless you by testimony can show the assessor's valuation to be incorrect. In other words, the burden of proof is upon you as a taxpayer. Do you understand?
Yes.
Would all persons intending to provide testimony for this hearing, including the assessor, please raise your right hand to be sworn? Okay, okay. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony which you shall give in the matter now on hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Would each person who has just been sworn please state your name and address for the record? Mr. Gaudreau first.
Ken Goodrow, 305 East 3rd Avenue, unit number 8, Elkhorn.
John Hall, 405 East 3rd Avenue, unit number 7.
Gerald Watson, 407 East 3rd Avenue, Unit 3, Elkhorn.
Amanda Mead, representative of Accurate Appraisal.
Assessor, please state the estimated level.
Swore. There was a lady that out there over her hand. I don't know if she's really gonna be a witness, but she swore.
Yes, Diane Goodrow,
Okay,
305.
okay, you're gonna talk too. Okay, good.
You bet.
Oh, can you
Oh,
come
wow.
up here and say it in the mic, or the mic at the podium?
You bet. Let me grab my stuff. Hi, husband.
Becoming the witness.
Yes, Diane Goodrow, or Diana Goodrow, 305 East 3rd Avenue, number 8.
Okay, thank you. Assessor, please state the estimated level of assessment for the current year.
$213,000.
Mr. Gaudreau, go ahead.
You're doing so well. All right.
Everyone needs a cheerleading section. Go ahead.
Yeah, we're just trying to figure out who is gonna go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Okay. All right, my name is Ken Goodrow. I'm president of the Fieldcrest Condominium Group 1 HOA. And I, along with my wife, are the owners of property 305 East 3rd Avenue, number 8, Elkhorn. As the owner of this property built in 1992, 30 years ago, and part of 4 connected units, I object to the 2023 proposed property assessment of a 25% increase in value over the 2022 property assessment, which was a 22% increase over 2021 property assessment. I, along with the other owners who live in the Fieldcrest condo community, are retired, living on fixed incomes, and looking to live independently in reasonably priced housing. We are looking for a fair and reasonable assessment and feel that a 47% increase in value, approximately $73,000 in 2 years, is dramatic even in this housing market. The size of this increase brings into question, how did the assessor arrive at this percent of increase for this property? In speaking with the assessor, Amanda, I was told that 2 recent sales in 2022, the first 403 East 3rd Avenue, number 2, which was sold for $198,000 in April of 2022, and second, 409 East 3rd Avenue, number 7, which sold for $229,500 in June of 2022, which was $10,000 over the asking price of $219,500, are what's driving this increase. I then asked how you get from $229,500 to $213,000, and I was told that the assessor took these 2 purchases added them together, and divided by 2 to arrive at an average sale price, which in this case is $213,750. The next step was to figure out the percent of increase, which is dividing the average sale price, $213,750, by the 2022 assessment of $170,400 for this property, and that equals 25%. The assessor then applied this percent to this property and to all of the Fieldcrest condo communities 1, 2, and 3. When asked why, the assessor gave the following reason: because all the Fieldcrest condominium units are similar. With the property sale at 409 East 3rd Avenue, number 7, it's interesting to note that this property was sold for $229,500, $10,000 over the asking price of $219,500 in 2022, is proposed to be assessed at $213,000 for 2023. The assessor has mentioned that this assessed value is to make it more equitable for that unit. That's, in our opinion, not the right thing to be doing. Because we don't think that there would be a true market loss of $16,000 in 1 year. We think this sale was an anomaly. The numbers should be adjusted when using them in the calculation to determine the percent of increase for our other units. So when we're looking to show you proof, we're showing you proof right there that those numbers, there's something wrong with them. And we look to the board to go deeper into them, possibly challenge the assessor more on those numbers to come up with a more fair and equitable and reasonable assessment. I received a call from the assessor on May 16th telling me that she was adding 2 other properties to her presentation. These properties are 408 East 3rd Avenue and 410 East 3rd Avenue. I added them to my research. In addition, I added the other remaining units that are similar to those 2, as they were all built in 1993. They're all single level, 2-unit duplex type style condos, as opposed to a 4-plex like we have. Those are properties at 408, 410, 412, 414, 416, 418, 420, 422. In doing that research, checking the assessor's assessment rolls and also into their property search, and then using the Wisconsin or the Walworth County website for property tax, I was able to pull all this information together for all of these properties. I found that 408 sold in March of 2022 for $223,000 and has a proposed assessment of $224,000 for 223. That's a 10% increase in value. Property 410 East 3rd sold January of 2022 for $250,000. Their proposed assessment is $250,000. These 2 cases in point are where the actual sale price is being applied to the current assessment, which again we think is fair and equitable. That comes out to be a 7%. The thing that's inconsistent and unequitable in our minds is that the sale price of these 2 units is not averaged together to come out with an average percent increase, which should be 16%, and that should be applied to all the rest of the units, with those addresses being shown. Instead, they're all assessed at 10%, except for unit 410, which is 7. Like I said earlier and throughout that, it's just inconsistent, and we're asking to be more fair, reasonable, and equitable. All right. The next group I took was condos on North Patricia. These were built in 1996. It's 508 510, 512, 514, 516, 518. All these units, again, are single level, 2 units connected, unlike Fieldcrest, which are single unit, or single level, 4 units connected. There was a property that sold in June of 2022, which is 516 North Patricia. It sold for $250,000. Their proposed assessment value in 2023 is $250,000, which is, we think, fair, reasonable. That's a 9% increase in value, okay? All the other properties, though, that are similar do not have a proposed 2023 assessment of 9%. They're only 6%. Why is that the case? And where does the 6% come from, okay, if they're all similar? Again, those are the inconsistencies in there. We're being told by the assessors that because our groupings in Fieldcrest condominiums are all similar, we're all gonna get the same percent of increase applied to us. Here's 2 instances where that's not the case. Again, why is that not the case? Harvest Point condos, which were built in 2001, 829, 830, 831, 833, 832, 834, 835, 836. Sweetbriar, these are all single level, 2 units connected, unlike Fieldcrest condos, which are single level, 4 units connected. And this is just a small sampling of the Harvest Point. They have like over 90 condos up there. Some of them would apply, some of them wouldn't. Anyway, property at 833 Sweetbriar sold in August of 2022 for $290,000. Their proposal for 2023 assessment is $290,000. That's a 15% increase over 2022 assessments. But all the other similar condos don't have a 15% increase. They only have a 10% increase. Where the 10% comes from, I couldn't find why they're not assessed the other way, like we are, with the flat rate off of the most current sale price. Again, that's a question that I don't have an answer for, and I haven't been able to get one from the assessor or even from the information looking into it. But again, it points to that inconsistency in there, and as we feel, it's unfair and unreasonable and unequitable. And as long as we continue to use the wrong numbers in our mind for that unit of 409 East 3rd, unit number 7, it's gonna keep throwing the calculations off, and the only ones that really suffer out of it are all 3 of us and our groupings and our people. Okay. So again, we'd ask that that sale either not be used or be amended or something happen with it to get this back into a more, fair and reasonable and equitable assessment, okay? Again, the Wisconsin Realtors Association says the value of homes in Walworth County in 2022 went up 11%. Okay. 2022, ours went up 22. Now we're coming back in 2023 at 25. And in my unit alone, that's $42,000 in value. Even if the mill rate stays the same, my taxes are gonna go up because it's a $42,000 increase. Along with my wife, we look around in our place and go, where the heck is that increase? We don't see it. Okay. So we would rather see our 3 groupings brought more into alignment with the other condos in our neighborhood, in our areas, that are assessed at, 6, 10, 15, 16%. Let you guys figure out what's a reasonable increase. And then we'd ask that this property be amended to a more reasonable increase in value over 2022. Again, I think we've shown that there is an error in how the assessment's done, and that's in the numbers that are being used. So again, thank you.
Two gentlemen, go ahead, I'm the last.
Once again, John Hall, 405 East 3rd Avenue, Unit 7. Our taxing bodies provide great services. Elkhorn's a wonderful place to live. And all of our unit owners want to pay their fair share. You people probably have better things to do than listen to repetition, but here we go. An additional point in comparison regarding inconsistency. Ken presented many. This is my own phone conversation with Accurate. She cited the 410 East 3rd Avenue that recently sold for $250 and said it was an equivalent property. I point out that 410 was advertised at having 2,400 square foot of living area, and that's about double that of the Fieldcrest units, which vary between 1,156 and 1,276 square feet. When comparing our 8-unit condos with the duplex-style condos on 3rd Avenue, which are 2 together, ours are 4 together, because of the configuration of our 8 units per driveway, it's our associations that pay for street cleaning and snow plowing for each, in front of each unit, and not the city. That's just an aside, and really, I suppose, doesn't have much to do with value you place on it, or market value. But again, the Department of Revenue publishes a good guide, and it's a good guide for property owners as well as boards of review and assessors as to what constitutes equitable assessment. You've heard Ken say that, gee, something like 11%, something like 6% for one of the other condo units, or 10% would seem reasonable. And I'm sure all of you are aware of what your own increases were. We certainly are, because we did our research. The average increase in assessment for members of the Board of Review was 8.78%. We could live with that. You certainly will. Arm's length assessments and on arm's length transactions are part of the picture that an assessor is supposed to evaluate in the course of a sale. And again, page 8 in the Wisconsin Property Owner's Guide says that when a property sells, the assessor must review the sale. It's not if, or if they feel like it. And evaluating the sale for assessment determination purposes includes more than is it arm's length. Under state law, the best indicator may be arm's length sale, provided it is in line with recent arm's length sales of reasonably comparable property. The assessor may not change the assessment of property based solely on recent arm's length sales without adjusting the assessed value of comparable properties in the market area. Sales should be recent, sales should be arm's length, and the guide points out that typically sales between relatives are not. Page 9 goes on to say that the buyer and seller must be typically motivated. Both parties should be well informed or well advised and act in what they consider their own best interests. And reasonable time is allowed for exposure to open market conditions. My emphasis on this latter guide brings to bear our 4 objections. 1, in the case of the 403 East 3rd, Unit 7 price, it was not in line with a similar property, 405 East 3rd, Unit 2, which sold barely 2 months before for $198. Once again, no unit in Fieldcrest 1 or 2 has ever sold for $200,000, not once, not ever, never. While the seller was typically motivated, he wanted the highest price available for his property, the buyer was not. Here's our hearsay again. She told a neighbor who was present when she said it, she was willing to pay any price to live in that development. Further addendum to that question, to the legal question that raises, if the person making the statement is incapacitated or not able to testify, is a eye and ear witness to that statement admissible? Something to ask, thank you. 3, one could make the observation that the buyer was not well informed regarding local market prices because she paid $31,500 more for a unit comparable to one that sold barely 2 months earlier and at $10,000 more than the asking price. 4th, the offer was made and accepted in 2 weeks or less. Redfin says the time on the market here is 37 days median, and the average time is 42 days. The above are factors that the assessor with a busy schedule may not have had time to review. There are factors which we believe, and the state requires, should be considered when reviewing a sale, which even in a hot market would be considered unusual. In proper review of such a sale, it's the assessor is bound, again, this goes page 8 of the same state guide, using the facts around an arm's length sale and these other factors which we've named, it's up to the assessor to decide whether that sale is usable for assessment purposes. And I understand there's professional opinion involved in that. Professional opinions often vary. But again, the preponderance of evidence presented on inconsistencies between properties is legion here. And I would remind the board again, on page 22 of the State Guide for Property Owners, the board must correct any assessment errors. I do hope they take that obligation seriously. An appeal, again, would be more time consuming. But with that, I leave it to our next.
I have nothing to add.
Okay.
You did that thing. No.
Name and address.
Yes, my name is Diana Goodrow, 305 East 3rd Avenue, number 8. I have to think about that, hearing all this. I'm confused, and really, we have just, for the first year, really looked into this. Last year, understood that's the possibility with condos being sold like they are, and the boom is happening with seniors to find something smaller to live in. And so they're downsizing. Again, we have several residents who are much older, and they're living within their limits. By assessing these, all the same, really what you're doing at the 25%, which I do not understand how that's applied, other than looking at previous years. Now, this year, looking at it, we have 4 different assessments within our 3 lanes as to how they're all valued. Why? But yet, we're being slammed with the 25%. When we did look at the property that she included, grant not the others, but we did, because they are all similar. Maybe not a finished basement, but they are all similar. I have to admit, I do not understand all the lingo, the lore, or the law lingo to how these are done and how it's carried over. But I still look at us as an individual home, as you are too. But you're not. You're looking at all 3 lanes the same. It's not an individual. You're not assessing based upon where we were in our property taxes the previous year. It's a formula that's been out there, which I do not understand how far back that they were all assessed with 4 different levels within these 3 lanes. We only have 2 different levels in our lane. As you go into the next 2, you will see the difference there. And yet, they're only maybe because of an added square footage, because we have sunrooms, and some have converted their sunrooms, possibly, we don't know, because I don't live in those lanes, into maybe another room. I do not know. But yet that's being counted, so as living space, so I'm assuming that's the case. So all I'm asking is why are we not considered like the rest of the condos, across the street like she did, down the rest of those other condos that Ken listed, but not being given the same fair process of being 16%. Now, I understand she's saying each has a differenceness to them somewhat, where we don't to a point. But yet, why is that a difference? Because the one that she talked about is a masonry, it's a masonry front. It's siding all the rest of the way. I don't even know if it's masonry or if it's just a facet. And again, even then down Patricia Street, the lane 3 of Fieldcrest is the backyard to Patricia. So we're right in the same area. We're not going that far out. Yes, we did go and look into another condo community possibly, if we don't know, just to see their 2-bedroom, 2-car garage, 2-bathroom. I mean, that's basically what these are, and then their square footage. But still, when they were sold, that original property that sold was assessed at that true sale price. Why isn't the number 7, 40, thank you, 409 East 3rd? I don't understand that, because it's a formula that's been out there within our community of condos. Those shouldn't be all varied. Why are we varied? That's what you should be asking her. Why are we all varied? On our lane, we had 20 square feet, $8,000 more they're being assessed. I can't see that. So that's all I have to say, and I just really wish that you would ask questions, and I guess maybe I can be asking you. I'm not sure. Am I?
You can ask questions when they're in deliberations.
In the assessor?
Sure.
Can you explain the history for Fieldcrest as to why we have these 4 levels of taxes?
When you're done with your presentation and she's done with her presentation.
Oh, okay. So it's not anything that can be. Only you. Can you ask then, I'm going to say, because you can ask her.
No, the property owner or the objector can ask the assessor questions after both presentations have been made.
I understand. But I'm just saying.
You have to wait until she presents.
I know that, dear. Thank you. I understand that. And that's what I'm asking you. I'm not sure if you're aware of that, and that's what I wanted to present to you. That's a little different than, unfortunately, and again, these guys did a lot of research. And I understand she is a hired city person, okay, to do the assessment. But there can be a mistake, or there can be questions. Why the difference? You're not getting to see all those because we are doing each individual property. So we have no problems with that, but at the same time, you need to be aware that all 24 are having 4 different levels of where they're valued. And again, why is 409 East 3rd not assessed at its true purchase value like all other properties in Elkhorn? Thank you. You can take that.
Per state statute regarding the subject property at YFIE 00008, I've provided you with 3 comparable sales that support the current value of the property at $313,000. Regarding any questions to that, those properties have been adjusted in value to reflect the subject property. That's all I got.
That's it? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now we're open for deliberations and there can be questions back and forth.
Oh, you can ask that question? Yeah. Oh, okay. So anyway, I'll just stand up. My voice is loud, my husband tells me so, and really everybody does. Again, my question is, looking at Fieldcrest condominiums, why is there 4 different levels of the condos being evaluated on?
Are you talking in terms to your subject property, or are you talking about the properties as a
as a whole of the condominium association. I mean, not lane 1, 2, and 3. Because you're all looking at it, hey, I know the blue condos, yeah, that's where those are at. No, I want to know, why are we all assessed 4 different levels of all the blue condos in there? Yes, we're similar. All the others are similar. They just have their choice of how they decorate it. These were not, from the outside. So,
And just to clarify this, the four different assessments are 213,000, which is the lowest, 221,100, which is the next one up, 225,900, which is the next one up, and then 233,900. And the only thing that we could find looking around is that it's based on square footage, but even that doesn't hold up, because the 213 is based on a square footage of 1,156 square feet. The one unit, or yes, the 221,100 was based on 1,176 square feet, again, 20 square feet more than the other. The 225,900 says it's based on a square footage of 1,276, but then the 2 units that are 233,900 also have the square footage of 1,276. The numbers don't make sense.
And I can say that I can only speak to assessments on an individual basis, so I can't use anything other than comparable properties to the subject property to respond to this assessment.
other than,
Well,
again, you went 25%.
Hold on, hold on. Let's let her get her whole
Oh,
answer.
I'm sorry.
And in regards to what they may have been previously in prior years, each assessment year has to stand independently, so I can't speak to assessments other than for 2023. As far as this subject property goes, again, the sales comparables support a value of $213,000 for this property. As to those other properties, I can speak to those during their objection.
Well, I understand that we get to a certain point where we have to talk about individual properties, but it seems somewhere behind the curtains, it appears, that there's 25% property value increase was across the board. Now, how do you look at 24 different properties individually and say, okay, that one should be 25%, next up, that one should be 25%. You can't just look at it with visors on. Somewhere you're looking at the whole thing.
No, and
Now, if the second grouping was pink instead of blue, I could say there's a difference, in that. But they're all the same, and you even tell us that they're all similar. If they're all similar, and I know square footage will change a little bit on some of these things, how can you just throw it out there as assessment for 24 units that are all the same value price increase? The dollars are different, but the percent of increase is the same.
Right, and I understand what you're saying, but I'm telling you, in terms of this board of review process, I can only speak to the subject property.
So
My
then
hands
how
are
would we
somewhat
find out- How would we
tied
find out that information?
in that.
How would we find out further information outside of this board of review?
Oh, yes.
And we'd have to contact you
You
to
can
do that?
contact the assessor's office, yes.
Okay.
Is there a difference if they've got hardwood flooring or whether they got inlaid linoleum in the house or not? Doesn't make any difference. You go by square footage.
We go by square footage,
Fireplace is always more.
year built is gonna be a factor.
In-built, yeah.
Yep, and then those things are accounted for if there is a fireplace, if there is space in the basement that's finished. The property that they mentioned previously, the 410 East 3rd Street, this additional square footage that is considered rec room, it's about 950 square feet. We don't count that the same as total square footage. It's accounted for in rec room space in terms of a feature, because it is not finished basement living area, which requires it to have either a window or an access area. So that is accounted for in the adjustments when I'm using it as a comparable property. We're reducing the property by that amount in order to make it comparable to
So
the
it's
subject
the
property.
difference whether you have a freestanding stove or whether you got a built-in countertop and a double oven?
No, that may come into a factor in terms of condition. So when you look at the comparables, the subject property at 410, when you look at the interior condition as well as the condition overall, they're listed as good condition and adjustments are made therein. We deduct $15,000 from that property, that comparable property, to make it equal the average condition of the other properties.
I know John brought up again about the witness being incapacitated. Would that go back to our city attorney for that, answer that question? But that would require, would it be a subpoena or deposition then? How does that work if they can't make it to court, let's say?
Well, can't make it to board of review or can't make it to court?
Well, he brought up about circuit court if they couldn't,
Okay,
or be a board of review, I guess.
okay. So at board of review, witnesses can be compelled to testify and appear, just like any other procedure, because this is quasi-judicial procedure. So they could have subpoenaed that witness to be here if they wanted to. Doesn't happen a lot, but it does, it's allowed. There are 3 processes by which one may appeal from a board of review decision. One is to appeal to the municipality, another is to appeal to the Department of Revenue, and another is to appeal to the circuit court. There are different time limits and procedures for each one of those, and availabilities of it. So I can't advise them about that. But any witness that they wanted to have appear at the board of review, they could have had appear. And if that witness was reluctant to appear, they could have compelled the witness to be here. Does that answer it?
Yeah, I guess, I mean, if, let's say, maybe she's elderly, she can't get out to appear, so how would that work?
There's a process.
Process of statement?
If they provide a statement from a doctor, that person's physician, that says that they're not able to get here, you know, physical conditions prevent it, they could have testified by Zoom, even by written affidavit, even though that's very difficult because then you can't cross-examine an affidavit. So if it comes in, it's evidence, but it's, you know, you might say, oh, well, this affidavit triggers this and this and this question, and you can't get those answers.
Okay. Thank you, I just wanted to clarify. I got a question for you, Ken, too, since you did fill out this form again, section 4C, you know, was this listed 5 years, offered for sale? You checked yes, but there's no dates or asking price or offers received? And also about appraisal on yes, was?
Yes, it was appraised. I just filled that in, I realized I hadn't done it before. Yeah, this home was listed at $145,000. We paid $147,000, $2,000 over, seemed reasonable. It went on the market the middle of September in 2019, and our offer was accepted on 30 days later, so it was out of the market. I don't know how many other things they got for it. We did get it appraised, and since we put down a large down payment, the amount of loan that we were getting for was minimal, so the appraisal was just like, oh yeah, that's fine, it'll work. So they never really did a full walk-through, looked at every little corner of it now.
Okay. I just seen you.
So I don't have a true value from that point.
Okay, so, thank you.
One thing I wanna direct you away is you keep citing this 409 East Third Avenue number 7 property sold for $229,000. And you accepted down farther, the property at 408 East Third Avenue sold for $223,000. And you didn't have any qualms with it, Beth. You invested that this year for property. Sorry, I don't talk very well.
200.
It's getting assessed at $224,000. That's the sale price of this. And the next condo you listed was sold for $250,000. You have no problem not being assessed for 250,000. Is that
No.
correct?
No, because that's the way we were explained that how it
Right.
works. If whatever the current sale price is, that would be used as, to that property, to be what their sales
So,
price was.
You actually benefited from their equation that lowered your property value down to 213,000. Am I right?
Right,
Your
but they-
existing property value is 213,000?
Yeah, that's the question. The problem we have is that property 409, unit number 7, is not being assessed at the 229,500.
Do you
It's
want
being
it to be?
assessed lower, which we don't think is a fair thing. And if you want to use that sale price of 229,500 in your calculation to come up with an assessed value of increase for all of our properties, then that's wrong, especially if you're now going to assess it even lower.
And you didn't apply that to other properties within the area.
Yeah,
The
But
into the
property.
same way.
Is
And
there a-
229 was applied. Again, it was 229 and 198 were the two numbers that were used.
They get the average of
That
That was
213.
213.
That was applied to the one that sold for 198,000. It is assessed at 213,000.
Right, again, I
Yeah,
understand
yeah,
that.
Can I interject here? You're correct. The one that was sold for 198,000 in June of '22 is now assessed at 213. Now, the one that sold for 188, 10,000 less,
Which one, which property
unit
sold for?
number 6, 405 East Third Avenue, sold for 188 in July of '21, and it's now assessed at 233.9, which is 20,900 more than the one that sold for 198.
The reason I was able to speak to the one that sold at 198,000 is because it's part of the sales that I'm discussing in terms of my comparable sales. That one is not being compared to this property.
It sure isn't.
I'm just saying, it's not, like that, so that's what I can only speak to what I've provided in terms of,
You didn't find it comparable.
correct.
I know, similar, identical.
But if you apply the percent of increase to the same to that property as you did to all the rest of them, 25%.
Across the board.
That's,
Hold on. And just
We're
from the
bringing
chair's
in-
perspective, I'm sure you want to keep order here, right? So it's not a debate. There can be questions, and then there will be answers, and everybody gets to complete their whole question, everybody gets to complete their whole answer.
all right, sorry, we apologize. Any more questions, Charlie?
No.
Charlie, did we answer your question?
Yeah, I don't understand, if they took your sale price at home and applied it to the rest of you, and you set it down lower, you'd be in worse shape than you are now, I think.
Can anybody elaborate more what he's stating?
What they're saying is the inconsistency that in
The sale.
Patricia Street, house was sold for condo was sold for 250, they appraised it at 250.
Right.
And one in Harper's Point that was appraised for 290, or sold for 290, was appraised for 290. But one of the homes in Fieldcrest sold for 229.50, but it's only assessed for 213.
Right.
I think they would have been very upset if they'd all been raised to 229.5.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be a different scenario.
Oh, you're right, but again, that resident who did sell the house isn't present, I don't know why, but either way, it's just trying to figure out what is the formula that's being applied to our condos that makes us all so different? And.
No, similar.
Can I ask
Well,
you
no,
a question of the
difference
assessor?
in the assessment.
Yes, go ahead.
Excuse me, in
That
assessments.
you make adjustments, and they're shown.
Yep.
And they're shown in amount. Are there standards or formula or things that could be explained out loud so people know, why is this a $5,000 adjustment or a $3,500 adjustment?
Sure, all of the values are provided to us by the Department of Revenue. So the numbers that we're using for an average, for example, you would make a $500 adjustment per year for the year built. So something built in 1992 would, if you're comparing it to a property built in 1993, you would adjust that 1993 property down $5,000 or $500 in order to make it a comparable to the subject property. The same thing happens, it's a formula in terms of square footage because not all square footage is, as they say, created equal. First floor square footage is valued differently than rec room square footage, than finished basement, and different than second floor square footage. So there's formulas provided up by the Department of Revenue that we use in comparing properties. Those are also standardized between that and appraisal properties. So while the process of assessment and appraisal are different, we use a standard unit of measure.
You're not just grabbing numbers here.
No, sir.
Not saying
No,
that.
and we did not say that.
We did not say
We
that.
don't want to imply.
No, nobody said you said that, I said that. I said, if anybody's gonna
We're
insult
just,
the
we're just
assessor.
stating that, yeah, we're just stating that the number they did grab in that one house, based on where they're assessing it now, says, hey, something's wrong here. I'm gonna wave a flag. And then to use that within their formulas and their calculations,
When you don't see it amongst other residents right around us,
Yep.
that she's using the properties on. And the resident to be right next to them, the double duplex, condo, whatever you wanna call it, was not assessed using that property value from the sale to then carry over, just as it is being used in ours with the 25.
Get back to this case.
So in utilizing the main two comparable properties for this that are directly related to the subject property, in using those as comparative values, I suppose that while 229.5 could be considered an anomaly, equally as much, 198 then could also be considered an anomaly, as it's far different from the 229.5, which is why in effort of equitability, those numbers were averaged.
and to answer that a little bit, there was a home sold in, let me get to the right spot here, in 2021, that sold for 176,000. So to come back and that was early in 2021, housing market's going up, rates are low, to come back maybe almost 6 months later and have a home sell for 198 doesn't seem out of line. To have a home sell for 198 and another one sell 30 days later, 60 days later for 30,000 more, doesn't seem to match up.
31.5 more.
That's, again, we keep pointing to that one sale and those numbers, and we think that's where the problem lies in this assessment, in how you applied it. So,
Am I allowed to respond to that?
Yeah.
Okay, so in terms of utilizing that as a parameter, assessors are held to only utilizing 2022 sales. So I cannot use any 2021 sales to even evaluate a 2022 sale.
Understand.
Right.
that.
We're held to that
We're just
parameter.
making
Okay.
a statement from
Yep,
the
I just-
pricing for what sold at that year to the pricing that,
I just wanted you to understand the parameters to
Right.
which we're held to make decisions.
understand. But we're just trying to present to the council or to the committee or the board,
The board.
the difference. And again, the question is 25%. Why are we not, the other properties that did not sell, be considered to be lower, like the other homes adjacent to the properties that sold on 3rd Avenue and also Patricia, is what we're trying to state as to why are we at a lot, 25% applied to all.
Okay, James, you want to call for a motion? You want to call for a motion? Call for a motion.
Yes. I have not heard any testimony that would prove to me that the assessor made any errors, so I would move that the assessor's valuation is correct.
I second that motion.
Roll call vote, please.
James Boardman,
Yes.
Bruce Lechner,
Yes.
Charlie Getka.
Yes.
Motion is carried.
We're gonna take a little break so that
Thank you
board
for
members
that.
can use the restrooms if they need to.
For how long?
5 minutes, I'll give you there back.
That's all. Oh, really? Just continue practice. Practice is going on.
This percentage snowball just builds.
Yes.
The 190 is now assessed 8.6% less than the one that sold for 10,000 less the year before. Yeah, this percentage just snowballs.
It's all a numbers game.
Yeah.
That's all.
The whole thing is a number.
Make us copies. So this summary report. So we have to do.
Newer than our.
Yeah.
Yeah. The outside.
And I'm not saying the assessors make a mistake. The assessor and the review considered process that was applied how it's, that's all, correct.
Make our voice heard. Thank you guys for coming.
The only reason we need
Thanks
to
for
do it is
coming.
to establish.
Well, we have these, condos.
Oh, thank you very much.
Yeah, that's the idea. Because if they put us
That's
down,
all
we
we
go.
do.
Well, that's. Right, I'm just, I'm equally as confused as you are. I don't see any. I don't see any other outcomes.
Bye. Thank you. Sorry.
Compared to that.
Yeah.
Comparing eggs to eggs, eggs and what, apples or whatever.
What you're saying, Mark.
Don't make sense. So, you know, I'm not a legal person, I don't know exactly what's going on here, but
So Ward,
what I'm thinking is, somebody's on the wrong path.
Well, straightened out.
Right.
That's all.
the way I see it right now.
It's really have a hand
Oh,
involved.
not this time. So we gotta work on it for the next year to really correct it.
They'll raise the other.
You know, when you, everybody's got, everybody on. Yeah. Whatever, I don't know.
Just up there, you drop them, they're all going in every direction, you know what I mean?
You got the attitude.
So that's, that's, like I said, that's a concern that I, you are involved with us.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you're right, you can bring
Right,
things to
And
light.
everybody else is,
You will distribute those to.
all right, we are gonna see you guys after.
we're just talking through the hat.
Well, they're just following because that's
Doing
what's.
everything today.
Well,
They're
yeah,
doing
there
it.
might be-
It's the
So we
higher
got through the
position
first group.
for the
Here
city.
again, you're talking
And the
about
accessory.
So right now I
overall
have
assessment at 25%.
Yeah.
For all units.
the
So you got there,
407 and
Working on it,
409.
working on
And we're trying to argue apples and oranges, kind of.
it. So,
You know, wait a
we're
minute.
not gonna get anywhere.
Well, I know that's what he was trying to say.
Gerald?
Charlie and his last.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah,
That's what he was trying to say. You could be assessed right now.
We have
you
here.
Well, if that makes it fair, so we know what we're working on.
That would be a board question.
Okay.
So.
You can.
Until they, well, the next one, so on, so on, so on. And that's why we have to do a presentation, that's counterproductive.
I know.
I'm Diane.
Cause that's what I know.
Bob, nice to meet you. Kathy, oh, the president and the vice president, or are you just president?
President.
Okay. Bob, president and vice. Okay.
And I don't understand, but I don't.
You're in.
Yeah, we're in number two.
Yeah, oh. Oh, you're in
It's kind of a.
section
it's a
lane two?
executive-
My
Yeah,
textbook
me too.
warning
They
for
have to put
10.
it on safe.
Oh, no,
Yeah,
I hear you.
I know. I hear you, that, exactly, because we
More
had
than-
a
all you can do is
situation
just kind of be a little torn.
with, somebody coming to do service within our lane.
He's got his plan.
Well, not that they were coming to
Your
us,
file for
but
the
they
next
came and
one.
they said, well, I was called by number two, well, who is number two? They had the same first name,
You want
Karen.
to
I'm like,
reschedule that.
Karen?
Yeah.
Really, Karen's
Yeah,
doing, you
yeah.
know, we didn't authorize for this for, with her to have this done.
Right.
You know, because it was
Like I
something
said, I'm
outside.
kind of.
Okay,
And then
I know
like
this
we
is-
asked him what's this,
This.
please
So
look
then
at
council
your
member
James
order,
does this thing.
work order and stuff.
Read this.
And he even called
I
me.
know
up and
you're
said,
right.
"Oh,
Yeah,
listen,
sign it
I'm
like
going
this.
to the next one." It's number two.
And then
It's Karen,
put the
number
date.
two.
That does me
It's just,
too.
yeah, it
Once they
can
make the
be
decision.
confusing.
I
But
know.
not having the same.
We understand that, we have.
Well, you and I might be a little different in that thing that I don't.
Oh, over here for number 3.
We're being recorded. I don't care. I haven't said anything that would say.
Send them out, go around the corner.
Yeah,
That's
right.
exactly where you're at, you
Yeah,
know.
yeah, it's just, you need to double check them and stuff, so.
Right, because it's with the Lilies or even if you, put things online for sale, and they go, oh, do you have a table? And they go, no.
Yeah, we have people come up
Chairs or
and
something, it's
say,
kinda like.
yeah, we're looking for bar stools, you know.
Uh-huh. Yeah,
I
well.
don't have them. Well, they said unit 6, you know,
Yeah.
but you got the right address, they go, he's
You
gone.
really can't talk to him outside of, sorry.
So, yeah,
What? Nope.
didn't know,
Yeah.
we're not used to
It'd be like you going to talk to a jury.
That's not what she's talking about.
Because we've only been here like about a year and a half.
Yeah, we moved in, well, we bought it in 2019, but we didn't move until 2020. The resident needed an extra 4 more months. We had no problems because we had sold ours, couldn't find anything then, and had rented an apartment then, so it worked out. 6-month lease, so, but either way, we moved in that ourselves, so, yeah. We like it, I mean, it's just what we've been thinking we wanted to go to when we were retired and stuff, so, yeah.
Well, same for. Thank you, Ray.
I can't.
A lot.
He's that great too.
Yes. So we're on the YFIE 3s.
So
And
as soon
Gerald
as you
is
receive
going
a
to-
check, you can contact the assessor's office immediately to schedule an open book appointment. They can only speak to your property individually. We start to notice closing.
These are on here in order, right?
Yes.
Okay, but still. I am, but if we had everything there. If we had all this stuff to be at this meeting, or the assessors would look at all of them. And you can't, yeah. Oh, okay, but that's at the beginning of the process. See, I'm talking like now until next year.
Gerald, if you want to move over to that seat since you're representing this next group?
I am,
Yes.
are we going to do it 3?
Nope.
Okay, and we're not even.
Yeah.
We're just trying to figure out this whole
For sure.
Yeah, because we made your appointment for 10, but we're a little behind.
Fine. Well, I'm gonna catch up.
Thank you very much.
That would be great.
Are you saying it's not gonna go, because I didn't get to with this? All right?
The,
Trying to present it.
Go ahead, Jim, let's start again.
Can we go ahead?
Yeah, let's get her going.
Is everybody ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Do I go first, Sarah?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
I have to switch out, which is why I'm sitting over here now.
So we're about to hear information regarding the case for the Barron Trust. The property owner resides at 407 East 3rd Avenue, number 1. The address for the property in question is 407 East 3rd Avenue, number 1. The tax key number for this property is YFIE300001. The property has been classified for assessment purposes as residential. The value in the assessment roll for the current year is land at $11,900, improvements at $209,200, for a total assessment of $221,100. I swear in now? Would all persons,
Actually, James Reed says.
oh, sorry.
The Board of Review wants you to understand that under state law, the Board of Review is required to uphold the assessor's valuation of your property as being correct, unless you by testimony can show the assessor's valuation to be incorrect. In other words, the burden of proof is upon you as a taxpayer. Do you understand?
I do.
Yeah.
Okay. So would all persons intending to provide testimony for this hearing, including the assessor, please raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony which you shall give in the matter now on hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Would each person who has just been sworn please state your name and address for the record?
My name is Gerald Watson. I live at 407 East 3rd Avenue, Unit 3, in Elkhorn, Wisconsin.
Amanda Mead, representative for Accurate Appraisal.
Okay.
Ma'am, you intend to testify in this hearing?
I'm sorry?
Not on for this one, no.
Okay, all right. She was just had her hand up and was swearing.
Well, I kind of want to cover all of my bases.
Okay.
Okay, so the first case to be heard. Amanda, do you normally state the assessed value now?
Yeah.
Okay, if you could state the estimated level of assessment for the current year.
$221,100.
Okay. And we're going to hear YFIE 300001.
I have a question that I could save some time with. I have no new evidence to be presented that hasn't been heard already. Would the board or the committee stipulate to what has been heard already in response to Unit 1 and Fieldcrest 3?
I don't see why we can't do that. We'll simply add that to the record in this one. And
That's my interest. I just want to get it in the record, and I don't want to spend a lot of time regurgitating information that's already been said.
I think there's going to be a lot of thankfulness among the board members for that approach. Thank you.
Well, it benefits me also. I'm not being selfish. Here again, I'm a pragmatic man.
Sure.
I can't really see where this is going other than where it's already been.
So that it's basically all the testimony that you would present is the same as the testimony that's been presented in the
Correct.
previous hearings, and you have nothing to add?
I have nothing to add, no.
Okay.
I will add something when I get to the Unit 7 issue, but you can't speak to that at this point.
Okay. Right. So then we'd be able to move right to deliberations after hearing from the assessor.
All right, so we have no additional information that was already been presented, right, which we have on record?
Correct, oh, but you do have to hear from the assessor.
We have to hear.
Okay.
So based on Wisconsin state statute, I have provided you with 3 comparable sales. For this property, they are units YFIE 200002, located at 403 East 3rd Street, YFIE 300007 at 409 East 3rd Street, and YN100006A. Based on these sales provided, the subject property is in line with similar properties.
I move to accept the assessor's, you're right, assessment valuation is correct.
Okay, the motion is made that the assessor is correct. I'll second the motion. Any discussion?
Is it permissible for me to discuss that briefly?
Pardon?
Is it okay?
We're in actually the voting phase right now, so all the
Right.
deliberation phase is sort of ended.
Okay.
Maybe do it on the next one?
At what point though?
Well, before they begin voting. So you had a presentation to make, then we heard from the assessor.
No, I just have a question. I guess it's a procedural question.
Yeah, go ahead.
The two, of the 8 units that are in Fieldcrest 3 of them are assessed at 221. The others are at 213. My question would be, why are they not equal?
Okay, that doesn't have anything to do with the vote that's before us right now, so
Okay.
let's bring that up in a minute, okay?
Okay, that's fine.
Roll call vote, please.
Charlie Gecka,
Yes.
James Boardman,
Yes.
Bruce Lechner.
Yes. Is that something she can answer now?
Yeah, well, it's gonna apply to the next assessment, so why don't we start the next assessment, and then that would be the place to do that. Assessment hearing, I should say.
Okay, the next one is regarding Linda F. Hoke Trust. Property owner resides at 407 East 3rd Avenue, number 2. The address for the property in question is 407 East 3rd Avenue, number 2. The tax keep number for this property is YFIE3-00002. This property has been classified for assessment purposes as residential. The value in the assessment roll for the current year is $11,900 for land, $209,200 for improvements, for a total assessment of $221,100.
The Board of Review wants you to understand that under state law, the Board of Review is required to uphold the assessor's evaluation of your property as being correct, unless you by testimony can show the assessor's evaluation to be incorrect. In other words, the burden of proof is upon you as the taxpayer. Do you understand?
I do.
Okay. Would all persons intending to provide testimony for this hearing, including the assessor, please raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony which you shall give in the matter now on hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
I do.
Would each person who was just sworn please state your name and address for the record?
Gerald Watson, 407 East 3rd Avenue, Unit 3, Elkhorn, Wisconsin.
Amanda Mead, representative of Accurate Appraisal.
And would the assessor please state the estimated level of assessment for the current year?
$221,100.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Gerald.
My turn. Again, would the board or the committee accept previous testimony already entered in the record as applying to Fieldcrest 3 Unit 2?
It's up for the chair.
Yeah.
If that
Yes.
question is for you, you would.
Yes, we accept that, yeah.
Okay. And did you have I'm sorry, go ahead for a minute, and then there'll be a question.
No, what I previously asked, no, I've reconsidered.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I have provided the board with 3 comparable sales to Unit 2. The sales are the ones previously noted. Those sales support the opinion of value of $221,100.
Jim,
Oh, okay.
your turn. Questions?
Now, you had a question?
No, he.
No, I've
He
resolved that
reconsidered.
with myself, basically.
He reconsidered, so no.
Okay.
So unless board members have a question of the assessor or of the objector, then this would be a time for a motion.
Any questions or addition? Then after taking into adjustment all the testimony that's been presented prior that we have a record of, Is there a motion to come before?
I suppose you hear is to accept the assessor's valuation as correct.
All right, and I'll second the motion. Was that the assessor's valuation is correct. Roll call, please.
Charlie Gecka,
Yes.
James Boardman,
Yes.
Bruce Lechner.
Yes.
Motion carried.
The next case to be heard is for Loretta J. Fox. The property owner resides at 407 East 3rd Avenue, number 3. The address for the property in question is 407 East 3rd Avenue, number 3. The tax key number for this property is YFIE300003. This property has been classified for assessment purposes as residential. The value in the assessment roll for the current year is land at $11,900, improvements of $201,100 for a total assessment of $213,000. We are going to,
Recognize that all the previous appearances are the same and everyone remains under oath.
okay?
Absolutely.
And can the assessor please state the estimated level of assessment for the current year?
213,000.
Gerald, do you have anything you want to present for this one?
Actually, the same, I'd ask the committee to accept the previous testimony as applied to 407 East 3rd Avenue, Unit 3, in its entirety.
Jim?
Jim, you accept it?
You accept the previous
We
testimony?
accept, yes, that information has previously been stated on record.
Sorry. Can I do the same thing?
Yeah, if your testimony is going to be the same.
The testimony is the same as the prior, comparable values to the subject property.
Now we're in deliberations, so be a time for questions or additional motions, if any.
Any additional questions? Hearing none with the information so presented, I move that the assessor's valuation is correct.
I second that.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call vote, please.
James Boardman,
Yes.
Charlie Gecka,
Yes.
Bruce Lechner.
Yes.
Motion is carried.
Okay, we are moving on to Patricia E. Bartles. The property owner resides at 407 East 3rd Avenue, number 4. The address for the property in question is 407 East 3rd Avenue, number 4. The tax key number for this property is YFIE300004. This property has been classified for assessment purposes as residential. The value in the assessment roll for the current year is land of $11,900, improvements of $201,100 for a total assessment of $213,000. We are again going to, Ward, what's the wording?
Recognize that the appearances are the same and the parties remain under oath.
And can the assessor please state the estimated level of assessment for the current year?
213,000.
Go ahead, Gerald.
Again, I would ask that the committee accept the previously, testimony previously entered into the record in its entirety.
Yes, we accept it on record.
I ask that the board consider the previous testimony of the assessor in this case.
Yes, Jim?
Is there any questions?
You gotta tell her yes if you
Is it
accept.
okay?
I just ask that you accept my previous
Yes,
testimony.
ma'am. It's been a long week. Do we have a motion?
I move to accept the assessor's valuation as correct.
I'll second it. The motion was the assessor's valuation is correct. Roll call, please.
Charlie Getka,
Yes.
James Boardman,
Yes.
Bruce Lechner.
Yes.
Okay, moving on to Shirley J. Humphrey. The property owner resides at 409 East Third Avenue, number 5. The address for the property in question is 409 East Third Avenue, number 5. The tax key number for this property is YFIE3 00005. This property has been classified for assessment purposes as residential. The value in the assessment roll for the current year is land of $11,900, improvements of $201,100, for a total assessment of $213,000. Jim?
The Board of Review wants you to understand that under state law, the Board of Review is required to pull the assessor's valuation of your property as being correct, unless you by testimony can show the assessor's valuation to be incorrect. In other words, the burden of proof is upon you as the taxpayer. Do you understand?
I do.
Yep.
And we're gonna
Yeah.
do the,
With the chair's permission, then we'll agree that the parties remain previously
Yes.
sworn and that their testimony is going to come in the same fashion.
Anything additional to add, Jerry?
No, could you repeat her first name, the owner's first name?
is it Cheryl?
Cheryl. I thought you said Shirley.
Oh, sorry, Cheryl.
Okay, Cheryl, that's it.
Okay. And the assessor?
The assessor asks the board that they utilize the same information provided in the testimony from previous properties.
So accepted. Anything additional? Any questions? If not, I would ask for a motion.
I make a motion that the assessor's valuation is correct.
I second that.
Motion has been made and second to approve the assessor's assessment. Roll call vote, please.
Bruce Lechner,
Yes.
Charlie Getka,
Yes.
James Boardman.
Yes.
Next is Laura Anderson. The property owner resides at 409 East Third Avenue, number 6. The address for the property in question is 409 East Third Avenue, number 6. The tax key number for this property is YFIE3 00006. This property has been classified for assessment purposes as residential. The value in the assessment roll for the current year is land at $11,900, improvements at $209,200, for a total assessment of $221,100. Jim, you do your little thing. Do we have to do all that?
He needs to read that.
Yeah, we accept that the information is previously submitted would apply to this.
I think what you're looking for is the notice to the objector about burden of proof.
Oh, this we need.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
Jumping ahead.
The Board of Review wants you to understand that under state law, the Board of Review is required to hold the assessor's valuation of your property as being correct, unless you by testimony can show the assessor's valuation to be incorrect. In other words, the burden of proof is upon you as a taxpayer. Do you understand?
I do.
And now we will.
And with the permission of the chair, then we would remind everyone that the witnesses are the same and that they remain under oath. So you would have an opportunity if you wish to present additional testimony, or you could simply stand on the previous
I will
submissions.
ask the committee to accept the previous testimony in its entirety with regard to Unit 6.
So accepted.
Okay. And the assessor?
I ask that the committee accept the previous testimony of the assessor.
So accepted.
It's the same comparables.
It is the same comparables.
Okay. I meant to ask you that last time. So this would be the time to entertain a motion.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's a little bit. I move that the assessor's valuation is correct.
I'll second the motion. Any discussion?
Yeah, I feel like that.
Roll call vote, please.
Charlie Gecka,
Yes.
James Boardman,
Yes.
Bruce Lechner.
Yes.
Next, we have Sandra Brockwell. The property owner resides at 409 East Third Avenue, number 7. The address for the property in question is 409 East Third Avenue, number 7. The tax key number for this property is YFIE300007. This property has been classified for assessment purposes as residential. The value in the assessment roll for the current year is land at $11,900, improvements at $201,100, for a total assessment of $213,000. Jim, can you read your statement?
The Board of Review wants you to understand that under the state law, the Board of Review is required to uphold the assessor's evaluation of your property as being correct, unless you by testimony can show the assessor's valuation to be incorrect. In other words, the burden of proof is upon you as a taxpayer. Do you understand?
I do.
Ward?
We'll remind the parties that we'll remind the Board of Review that the witnesses are the same and that they remain under oath.
And then we approve the previous,
Does he agree with that?
Yes, I can ask the board to accept the testimony in its entirety that was previously offered in the other, as it
So-
applies to unit
so accepted.
The assessor asks that the board use the testimony from the prior
So-
subject.
So accepted. Any further discussion or questions?
I move to accept the assessor's valuation as correct.
I'll second the motion. Motion's been made and second to accept the assessor's assessment as correct. Roll call vote, please.
Charlie Gecka,
Yes.
James Boardman,
Yes.
Bruce Lechner.
Yes.
Motion is carried.
Okay. Now we have Cynthia Spencer. The property owner resides at 409 East Third Avenue, number 8. The address for the property in question is 409 East Third Avenue, number 8. The tax key number for this property is YFIE300008. This property has been classified for assessment purposes as residential. The value in the assessment roll for the current year is land at $11,900, improvements at $201,100, for a total assessment of $213,000. Jim? You can read your little
Read your
thingamabobber.
notes about the burden
I think they're going too fast for them.
I got it memorized now. The Board of Review wants you to understand that under state law, the Board of Review is required to uphold assessor's valuation of your property as being correct, unless you by testimony can show the assessor's valuation to be incorrect. In other words, the burden of proof is upon you as the taxpayer. Do you understand?
I do.
And again, with the chair's permission, I'll remind everyone that the witnesses are the same and they are remaining under oath.
And I would request that the board accept it previously offered testimony in its entirety with regard to Unit 8 at Fieldcrest 3.
So accepted.
The assessor requests that the board utilize previous testimony.
So accepted.
I move to accept the assessor's valuation as correct.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion and second to approve the assessor's assessment as correct. Any further discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Charlie Gecka,
Yes.
Bruce Lechner,
Yes.
James Boardman.
Yep, yes. Motion carried.
Okay. That is it for the YFIE3 parcels. We went through all 8. And now we will hear the last step.
Killed some trees today.
Okay. I think they're all clicked together. If you could pass that down to Charlie, Ford, you, Jim. And this, we have representatives Kathy Reed and John Hall. And then, I'll be right back because Gerald, let me get you copies of these before you leave for everyone, okay? Okay. Yes. Right back. I'm missing one. Where did I put it?
The very first one?
Here it is. Gerald, I'll be right back. I missed one.
That's the one we read.
So we are now on the YFIE2 properties. The first one we have is Richard and Catherine West. The property owner resides at 403 East 3rd Avenue, number 1. The address for the property in question is 403 East 3rd Avenue, number 1. The tax key number for this property is YFIE2 00001. This property has been classified for assessment purposes as residential. The value in the assessment roll for the current year is land of $11,900, improvements of $214,000, for a total assessment of $225,900. You want to read your own thing?
The Board of Review wants you to understand that under state law, the Board of Review is required to uphold the assessor's valuation of your property as being correct, unless you by testimony can show the assessor's valuation to be incorrect. In other words, the burden of proof is upon you as the taxpayer. Do you understand?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So, would all persons intending to provide testimony for this hearing, including the assessor, please raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony which you shall give in the matter now on hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay. Would each person who has just been sworn please state your name and address for the record?
I'm Kathleen Reed. I reside at 405 East 3rd Avenue, Unit 6.
I'm John Hall, and I also reside at 405 East 3rd Avenue. I am Unit 7.
Amanda Mead, representative of Accurate Appraisal.
And can the assessor please state the estimated level of assessment for the current year?
$225,900.
Okay.
Okay.
In the interest of,
Yep, it's to you, John.
in the interest of Mr. and Mrs. Richard West, I wish to point out that their assessment has been raised with the same broad brush of 25% increase, and ask that the board accept the previously given testimony from President Goodrow in Unit 1, and from myself, and from the Secretary Treasurer of Fieldcrest 3, and enter those into the record.
So it's accepted.
And you want your written statement, I'm sure you want that in as well, correct?
Yes.
The assessor requests that the testimony previously provided on comparable sales to this unit is utilized. Please note on the document that you've been provided for this specific property that the property in question is in line with the dollar per square foot value for the comparable sales.
So accepted.
Oh, okay. I move to accept the assessor's valuation as correct.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll make a second.
Motion's been made to approve the assessor's valuation is correct. Roll call vote, please.
Charlie Gecka,
Yes.
Bruce Legner,
Yes.
James Boardman.
Yes.
Okay. All right, that motion's carried. Next, we have Ruth Ann Hattinger. The property owner resides at 403 East 3rd Avenue, number 2. The address for the property in question is 403 East 3rd Avenue, number 2. The tax key number for this property is YFIE2 00002. This property has been classified for assessment purposes as residential. The value in the assessment roll for the current year is land at $11,900, improvements at $201,100 for a total assessment of $213,000.
The Board of Review wants you to understand that under state law, the Board of Review is required to uphold the assessor's valuation of your property as being correct, unless you by testimony can show the assessor's valuation to be incorrect. In other words, the burden of proof is upon you as taxpayer. Do you understand?
We do.
With the chair's permission, I would remind the board and the objectors that the witnesses are the same and they remain under oath.
So accepted.
And in the interest of Ruth Ann Hedinger, the occupant and the owner,
Is, Reed Attridge?
we want to enter the information that the same broad brush of a straight 25% increase in assessment was applied here, with the same objections regarding inconsistency and lack of diligence in the assessment that were entered by President Goodrow, by myself, and by Treasurer, Watson.
Chair wants to accept that?
Yeah, accept that, yes.
The assessor asks that the testimony prior for the subject property previous to this one be utilized in this.
So is it accepted, yes.
I move to accept the assessor's valuation as correct.
I second the motion that the assessor's valuation is correct. Roll call vote, please.
Charlie Gecka,
Yes.
James Boardman,
Yes.
Bruce Lechner.
Yes.
Next, we have, I'm not quite sure how to pronounce this, Warnieri UPP Trust for Lee Warner. The property owner resides at 403 East 3rd Avenue, number 3. The address for the property in question is 403 East 3rd Avenue, number 3. The tax key number for this property is YFIE2 00003. This property has been classified for assessment purposes as residential. The value in the assessment roll for the current year is land at $11,900, improvements of $201,100, for a total assessment of $213,000.
The Board of Review wants you to understand that under state law, the Board of Review is required to uphold the assessor's valuation of your property as being correct, unless you by testimony can show the assessor's valuation to be incorrect. In other words, the burden of proof is upon you as the taxpayer. Do you understand?
We do. Okay. And in the interest of the Warner UPP Trust, Trustee Lee Warner, just want to enter the following statement that, again, this property was assessed with the same broad brush of 25% increase in assessment, with the same inconsistencies and inattention to detail that are required by law to that assessment that were outlined in the previous statements by President Goodrow, by myself, and by Treasurer Watson.
And I just want to remind everybody that all of the testimony that you've just heard is under oath because the parties remain under oath from the previous hearing.
So accepted.
The assessor asks that you utilize the information provided in the previous testimony.
So accepted.
I move to accept the assessor's valuation as correct.
Motion's been made that the assessor's valuation is correct. A second? I'll second it. Any further discussion? If not, roll call vote, please.
Charlie Gecka,
Yes.
James Boardman,
Yes.
Bruce Lechner.
Yes.
And the motion carried.
Motion's carried.
Next, we have Enright family. The property owner resides at 403 East 3rd Avenue, number 4. The address for the property in question is 403 East 3rd Avenue, number 4. The tax key number for this property is YFIE2000004. This property has been classified for assessment purposes as residential. The value in the assessment roll for the current year is land of $11,900, improvements of $201,100, for a total assessment of $213,000.
The Board of Review wants you to understand that under state law, the Board of Review is required to poll the assessor's valuation of your property as being correct, unless you by testimony can show the assessor's valuation to be incorrect. In other words, the burden of proof is upon you as taxpayer. Do you understand?
We do.
Okay, and I'll remind everyone with the board's permission that the witnesses remain the same and they remain under oath.
So accepted.
In the interest of Rosemary Enright, the occupant of that unit, and of her family, which are majority owners of that unit, I want to point out that this assessment was made with the same broad brush of a 25% increase, with the same inconsistency and lack of attention to detail that was outlined in previous statement by President Goodrow, by myself, and by Treasurer Watson of Fieldcrest 3. Ask that that be entered into the record.
Any questions for the board?
Assessor?
The assessor asks that you consider the previous testimony.
So accepted.
I'll move to accept the assessor's valuation, that's correct.
Okay. Motions were made to accept the assessor's valuation. Second?
I'll second.
Any further discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Charlie Gecka?
Yes.
Bruce Lechner?
Yes.
James Boardman?
Yes.
Motion's carried. Next, we have Donna Wirtz. Wirtz? Okay. The property owner resides at 405 East 3rd Avenue, number 5. The address for the property in question is 405 East 3rd Avenue, number 5. The tax key number for this property is YFIE2000005. This property has been classified for assessment purposes as residential. The value in the assessment roll for the current year is land of $11,900, improvements of $222,000, for a total assessment of $233,900.
Again, the Board of Review wants you to understand that under state law, the Board of Review is required to uphold the assessor's valuation of your property as being correct, unless you by testimony can show the assessor's valuation to be incorrect. In other words, the burden of proof is upon you as a taxpayer. Do you understand?
We do.
Remind the board and all present that the witnesses are the same and that they remain under oath.
Okay.
On behalf of Donna Wirtz, the occupant of Unit 5 and the Wirtz Family Trust, I want to point out that this assessment was increased, but with the same broad brush of 25% increase, with the same lack of proper attention to detail and consistency that were demonstrated in previous testimony. Ask that testimony, as well as from President Goodrow, as well as my own, as well as Treasurer Watson, be entered into the record in regard to this unit.
The assessor asks that previous testimony be utilized in this case.
So accepted.
I move to accept the assessor's valuation as correct.
I'll second the motion that the assessor's valuation is correct. Roll call vote, please.
Charlie Gecka?
Yes.
James Boardman?
Yes.
Bruce Lechner?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Next, we have Bob and Kathy Reed. The property owner resides at 405 East 3rd Avenue, number 6. The address for the property in question is 405 East 3rd Avenue, number 6. The tax key number for this property is YFIE2-00006. This property has been classified for assessment purposes as residential. The value in the assessment roll for the current year is land of $11,900, improvements of $222,000, for a total assessment of $233,900.
The Board of Review wants you to understand that under state law, the Board of Review is required to uphold the assessor's valuation of your property as being correct, unless you by testimony can show the assessor's valuation to be incorrect. In other words, a burden of proof is upon you as taxpayer. Do you understand? Yes, we do.
Remind everybody that the witnesses are the same and they remain under oath.
So accept it, yep.
In the interest of Bob and Kathy Reed, we want to point out that this property is reassessed with the same broad brush of 25% increase in assessment that was characteristic of the other properties presented here this morning, demonstrating the inconsistency and lack of attention to detail of those assessments. We want to enter in the testimony previously given from President Goudreau of Fieldcrest 1, from myself, Fieldcrest 2, and from Treasurer Watson of Fieldcrest 3. We ask the board to accept that testimony as given. I'd like to add one other thing, because I understand you can't consider 2021 sales, but I want to say this, and I want to say it twice. In July 2021, unit right across from them sold for $188,000. In June 2022, they paid $188,000. Excuse me, wrong. In July 2021, the unit across from them sold for, their unit was purchased for $188,000. The unit across from them, 11 months later, was sold for $198,000. Their $188,000 property is now assessed at $233,900. The property across from them that sold for $198,000 is assessed at $213,000. $20,000 less. When that same property that's $20,000 less in assessment sold for $10,000 more than theirs just the year after. Again, I just enter that as another evidence of inconsistency, and you look at these assessments and you say, good grief, is there a mind here? That's all I have to say about that one.
The assessor asks that you consider the testimony of the previous case, and note that in that testimony, the aforementioned properties have different square footage.
So accepted.
Only move to accept the assessor's valuation.
Motion's been made that the assessor's valuation is correct. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Charlie Gecka,
Yes.
Bruce Lechner,
Yes.
James Boardman.
Yes. Motion carried.
Next, we have John Hall and Cleo Filer. The property owner resides at 405 East 3rd Avenue, number 7. The address for the property in question is 405 East 3rd Avenue, number 7. The tax key number for this property is YFIE2-00007. This property has been classified for assessment purposes as residential. The value in the assessment roll for the current year is land of $11,900, improvements of $209,200, for a total assessment of $221,100.
I'll remind everybody that the previous witnesses remain, that the witnesses remain the same and they remain under oath.
You can do your thing.
The Board of Review wants you to understand that under the state law, the Board of Review is required to uphold the assessor's valuation of your property as being correct, unless you by testimony can show the assessor's valuation to be incorrect. In other words, the burden of proof is upon you as the taxpayer. Do you understand?
We do?
Where are we at?
It's their presentation.
Okay.
Dr. Hall, do you have any information to present?
Okay, on behalf of myself and Cleo, co-owners of Third Avenue Unit 3, I want to point out that this assessment was reevaluated with the same broad brush of a 25% increase, with the same lack of attention to detail and the same inconsistencies cited in previous testimony by President Goudreau of Fieldcrest 1 and by myself, and also by Treasurer Watson of Fieldcrest 3, and ask that those testimonies be entered into the record in regard to this property also.
So accepted.
The assessor requests that you utilize previous testimony in this case.
So accepted.
We'll move to accept the assessor's valuation is correct.
Motion been made, the assessor's evaluation is correct. Second to the motion.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Charlie Getka,
Yes.
Bruce Lechner,
Yes.
Jim Boardman.
Yes.
Okay. And now we have Brenda Zweck. The property owner resides at 405 East 3rd Avenue, number 8. The address for the property in question is 405 East 3rd Avenue, number 8. The tax key number for this property is YFIE2 00008. This property has been classified for assessment purposes as residential. The value in the assessment roll for the current year is land of $11,900, improvements of $209,200, for a total assessment of $221,100.
The Board of Review wants you to understand that under state law, the Board of Review is required to uphold the assessor's valuation of your property as being correct, unless you by testimony can show the assessor's valuation to be incorrect. In other words, the burden of proof is upon you as a taxpayer. Do you understand?
You?
Remind everybody that the same witnesses are here and they remain under oath.
Before commenting on Unit 8, which will be the last of our units, I would ask if I can enter one more set of statements into the record. I have copies.
Sure. Is there any written evidence that you want?
There's one for each of the members.
Okay. Do you want me to make a copy?
As it gets into the record, this is a previously written statement to our own local, that is Fieldcrest 2 property owners. Basically, it says that assessors must base assessments on the real property, of real property on fair market value. The Realtors Association of Wisconsin says from 2021 to 2022, a median priced Walworth County home market value increased $31,750 from 285,000 to 316,750, or 11.1% increase for a median home. Redfin says nationally a median priced home value in the same period increased either 4.3% overall, but 6.1% if you figure by square foot. Zillow says the Walworth County average value is up to $300,921, or up by 7.2%. Local taxing bodies want to assess at 100% of fair market value to fund their needed expenditures, and we get that. Our taxing bodies provide great services. We want to pay our fair share. However, each Fieldcrest condominium unit has had an increase across the board, 25%. Now, if you're considering selling soon, your assessment might seem like a gift from heaven. On the other hand, if you would like to afford to stay a while, then that reassessment may seem like a curse from elsewhere. What is an equitable assessment? Merriam-Webster says equitable means dealing fairly and equally with all concerned. Cambridge English Dictionary says treating everyone equally, fair. But the 2023 Wisconsin Department of Revenue Guide for Property Tax Owners does even better. It gives us a formula for equitable assessment. Basically, that formula is your assessment divided by your market value equals X percent. So what should X percent be? It should approximate the local assessment level. Now, you'll all find the local assessment level on your tax bill. For all of us in this area, it's 0.992131529. Now, if your X value is much above that figure, you're being overassessed. If it's much below that figure, then your assessment may be unfairly low. There are, as pointed out previously, only 4 assessment figures for any Fieldcrest unit. Those who in 2022 were assessed at the column on the left are now assessed at the column on the right. Now, if we apply the Wisconsin Realtors Association median, not average, median market value increase of 11.1%, and we work through that formula, we get overassessment of those 4 values by between 13.2 and 13.4%. Now, no unit in Fieldcrest or Fieldcrest 2 has ever sold for $200,000. Never happened. And by the way, with increased interest rates, the Realtors Association reports a decrease in median home price of 0.9% just in March of 2023. For those of you who are interested in where we get those percentages from, the next page, here's the math. I won't read that, okay? We looked at other homes. Not every home in Elkhorn has had a 25% increase in assessment. Home properties may be assessed, underassessed, or maybe these homes to follow have somehow fallen below in upkeep or other standards that market value is determined by. But regardless of the reasons, some properties in Elkhorn have appreciated below the 11.1% in median value cited by the realtors and have an X value that is below that of the local assessment level. Examples of more reasonable assessment increases are listed below. And we list 5 properties. Number 5 is actually a condominium, and it's got brick facing, not vinyl facing like ours. And it's about the same square footage. And I want to be exact there. It's about 100 square foot less, but pretty close. You can see across, if we apply that 11.1% formula to those, what the value would be. But that's not their 2023 assessment. The 2023 assessment for one that was assessed $338,700 in 2022 is now $365,800. And that's less of an increase than the 11.1. If you look at number 4, 294.9 to 319.3, but an 11.1% increase would be 327. What's wrong with that property? Well, okay, it must be something. It's assessed 1.7% below the equitable rate. Now remember, we're comparing these properties to the 25% increase that all of the Fieldcrest properties were assessed at. And Fieldcrest, if we use the 11.1% median increase, are still overassessed by 13.2% compared to the equitable assessment formula put out by the Department of Revenue. Because our 25% increase is simply ridiculous, we began to do research seeking fairness. Fairness. In view of the 5 examples above, we now believe that even an 11% increase in our properties, which are generally older than these, would be excessive. If you want the addresses of the properties, well, number 4 is 312 4th Avenue. And number 3 is 1119 McLean Road. Property number 1 is 1050 North Hearthstone. And what this says to our residents is our government willing to live under the burdens it imposes on others? Or will it do what the Wisconsin Property Owners Guide says a board should do and correct incorrect assessment, find the errors and fix them? Will they question the assessment that the assessor presents? We don't know. We're still waiting. I wanted to present that before finally saying, in the interest of Brenda Zwick, owner of Unit 8, I want to comment that her unit, as well as all of those in Fieldcrest 2, was reassessed with the same broad brush of a 25% increase, without attention to detail, with the inconsistency that was previously pointed out in other testimony, and asked that the board consider a reduction. We've listed the reductions on the first page of this statement. A reduction to 192.4. And that seems reasonable for a property that was purchased in 2018 for 135. But it's kind of like being in France. You're guilty of being a astute real estate investor, and we have to prove ourselves innocent of that. Kind of hard thing to do. But I thank the board for its time, and that's all I have to say about our objections.
The assessor asks that you utilize the testimony from the previous objections.
So accepted.
I'll move to accept his evaluation as correct.
I'll second the motion. Motion is to assess its valuation is correct. Any further discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Charlie Gecka,
Yes.
James Boardman,
Yes.
Bruce Lechner,
Yes.
motion carried.
Motion is carried.
Do we have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
I move to adjourn the meeting.
Don't get huge. Okay. Second. All right. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Motion carried. Meeting adjourned.